Hello and welcome back to another Counter-Strike broadcast here in Ace Star League. We're headed straight into week number 7. My name is Vincent. I am joined by one of our favorite avian friends, Birdie Box. How are you doing?
Dude, excellent. My spring break's coming to a nice close, and unfortunately, despite the fact that it didn't feel too long, we got some Counter-Strike to close out the week, which is always a good time.
It is indeed. Love to see the video games being played, and we got some good matchups. In fact, we're going to start things out here with a premier matchup with Michigan Tech, a team that we've seen quite a bit of, going up against a team we haven't gotten to see too much of just yet in Ferris State University, new to the Varsity premier side of things, which is a lot of fun. But the conversation point, Birdie, is always going to be around MTU, undefeated against this 3-2 Ferris roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a team it's always been the kind of top side of collegiate Counter-Strike. They've always been hanging around. You always know when they're in the server that they're going to be able to pull things through, which is kind of why coming into this there's such a big question mark. Because Ferris State, I mean, 3-2 going up against a 4-0 team, even without the names associated with it, you're already coming into this with some expectations.
You know, and that 3-2 looks great until you look a little deeper into it and you realize that they actually have 2 forfeit wins, which means they're really 1-2. Realistically, which, listen, you can only beat who's in front of you. I don't want to take too much away from Ferris because of that, but it would be wrong to not mention it, you know? So as we look to head into the pick and ban here, Ancient gone, courtesy of Ferris, Overpass as well from MTU, which is a little interesting because Overpass is typically actually an MTU favorite. They ended up beating RIT a couple weeks ago on it, so we'll kind of put a pin in that though and talk about Inferno. That's the pick that Ferris have elected to bring us to. Nuke, our second map, another classic MTU pick, and Anubis, our decider.
So, you mentioned that. Coming into this, though, I believe, and I'll let you elaborate, there's a little bit of a twist coming into this with the MTU roster, am I correct?
That's actually right. Yeah, I mean, they've been working with the sub pretty much this whole season with Lord of Pies out for the time being. They had one of the Valorant players that it plays for MTU, Eel, coming in, was actually doing a great job in the games that we saw together, Birdie, and you know, really performed well considering that fact. And get to talk to Challenge a little bit about that in the interview. But unfortunately, Eel has other obligations tonight, and so it's going to be actually a Rocket League player named Spitzer who's coming in to replace Lord of Plies for the time being. Birdie, you know, has some experience in Counter-Strike, I've been told, but it does introduce a new little bit of a wrinkle.
Yeah, that's kind of something I wanted to touch on too, because coming into this, right, and that's kind of leading to the map pick. What I was thinking is, if you put your head into the mind of MTU for a moment, right, you got a substitute player coming into this that might not necessarily play the game too much. Maybe that player's not too comfortable on a map like Overpass. That could be why we saw that getting removed from the pool. Maybe Nuke was something they could barely push over the line, or it's something where you can just shove them on the A site with a bunch of other people that feel comfortable and then just forget about them. You know what I mean? I think Overpass is a map where it's really difficult to make up for that one person that can be making a mistake. Nuke, I would argue the same thing, but again, if you just kind of shove them on their A side and forget about it, maybe it's not that big of a deal. Who knows? That's
top player.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably something that might have influenced the vetoes, even if resulting in something that we might not expect. But regardless, though, I still think these are maps that would favor MTU very well.
One thing to note, though, is that I did actually get in touch with the in-game leader, Brosif, from Ferris State, and asked him kind of what their map pool entails. He did mention to me that they do like a bit of Overpass, so that's maybe a bullet dodge. Okay. In the Michigan Tech camp. They do tend to do their research, so maybe they knew something was going on there. But the second couple of maps that he mentioned was both Inferno and Nuke. So I'd say, at the very least, Ferris getting maps they like is probably going to give them the best shot they have to go up against these very good Michigan Tech players. That's the thing that we haven't gotten into just yet. I mean, this is a Michigan Tech team with multiple advanced players with a lot of experience. I mean, Challenge was playing in Maine. Now I think is playing on an open team right this moment, but she has a lot of experience as well. Like, there's a lot of experience here on Michigan Tech.
You know, absolutely. And coming into this as well, I mean, even with a substitute player, you just kind of have to, you look at that as a factor which might come into play when it comes to, like, maybe the clutch situations, who's left standing, or maybe if there ends up being enough of a deficit where, you know, you can't really rely on your substitute player to kind of pick up the pace. That's not what they're there for, right? That's really gonna make the difference. And so I guess as you mentioned, with this kind of map pool that they've got in hand, Fair's best case scenario then coming into this, best shot to work with an Inferno. I mean, it is a map where you can see upsets happen. I think the level of aggression that you pull out on your CT side is really what makes the difference. If MTU feel like just disrespecting their opponents and getting in their faces, then I think we could see Inferno collapse relatively quickly. On the other hand, I think if MTU give a little bit too much respect to the Fair side, we could end up seeing that third map.
That's a good point. Yeah, I think that MTU, and to be fair, this is sort of their standard modus operandi, is to kind of send it until they are forced not to. When you have a player as good as Retina, especially on the entry role, even when he's opping, it's like kind of hard not to. It's hard to put a guy like that on the leash, you know?
Yeah.
And that sort of has actually been some of the undoing of this team in the past, but that was when Retina was actually in-game leading. Now Lysander taking the in-game leading role, a very experienced advanced player. I think you have experience with him, and I mean, I certainly have seen what he has to offer. That kind of experience and that kind of leadership is really allowed Retina to flourish, I think, even more so.
And I would say something like that's really going to show in the mid rounds of a map like Inferno, where if you end up being in situations where you've got that man disadvantage, being able to call in the mid round, switch things up at the other bomb site, find openings where they might not necessarily be immediately obvious. That's where Inferno really shines as a map, in my opinion, and Nuke especially as well, where knowing off of spawn, where do we want to take map control, where do we have the read of where the CT is really going to be applying most of their, I guess, resources, so we can try to take advantage of that, bait out everything they got, or hit elsewhere right off the bat, you know what I mean? Nuke and Inferno in that sense are really tactical maps that you can abuse, and that's completely ignoring. We haven't even talked about heading into Anubias yet. That's a map that, oh man, when it comes to collegiate Counter-Strike, I imagine a lot of these players probably don't have that much experience on it, especially at a level that's deep enough to really consider yourselves like an expert at it. And so if you as an IGL know very well going into those mid rounds, the late rounds of what am I working with my team, Anubis could shine for either of these teams as well. But until that point, we've got Inferno, Vincent. It's definitely setting up to be a good best of 3.
Yeah, we do. And I mean, just really quick to mention before we head more into that Inferno conversation, I mean, MTU played against RIT on Anubis. It was an overtime win, but it was a win nonetheless, just a few weeks ago. So all of that, a good look as we head into the CT side for Michigan Tech. Harris, unfortunately, because this is their pick, do have to start on the T side, and you know that can be tough, especially as we're just seeing straight running it down mid. This is 5 players up mid.
It's the confidence that I was talking about that can just win you rounds, but it's information to the T side as they rush it back in towards B. Smoke lights at angle towards CT, but they're not going to be expecting to fight angles there. All 5 of the MTU players looking to fight this lurking player towards the kitchen area. That's a good first kill though. Retina to find the frag and a double kill from just Roberts off the Glock.
Yeah, that's certainly a fantastic adjustment. Dystopia is actually hanging out here in Mexi. This is a little bit interesting. Obviously not been checked out. And Roberts continuing to deliver shot after shot here. Now it's time for Dystopia to pop out and say you will. Gonna have to clutch up. Already got the first 2 needed. A third frag would be required as it will be the quad kill and taking this fight. But Brosif, the in-game leader, will get there. And so the aggression for MTU, not delivering them an opening round.
No, despite what I might have alluded to happening in the pregame, aggression not being the answer is slightly concerning. And it might temper the CT side just a little bit, but they don't seem to be scared, Vincent, which I guess that's also a good sign, right? Not being afraid to reinvest back into this, retake what's been stolen from you, just get things back on track. We've got the scouts, the Deagles, and that MP9 to pull things back into acceptable terms for them.
I mean, to be fair, MTU, not a team that really scares easily, I would say. Especially when they're going back for this force buy. I mean, I'd consider this standard meta procedure at this point, but I am one of those guys. I've been talking about it, and I'm curious what you think, actually. On the CT side, I feel like this is always a bit risky. If you lose, you're like 4 rounds in, and that's like you're giving up 4 rounds before you even get a buy.
So I would agree if it was any map other than Inferno where you tend to lose by bomb explosion rather than all 5 players dying. You can hold on to these scouts and these deagles into this next round even if you don't end up losing out. You know what I mean? You usually find out pretty early on in the round what your chances of winning out are. And if you're in a situation like this where you're forcing back through, you don't always have all 5 people on a bomb site.
Well, Childs, you certainly have a bomb site. And in fact, you've got the upgrade to the Galil. Brosif handling that, and Roberts is going to further ensure that this doesn't go down any worse than it already was. Just a single kill onto Jim, and Spitzer, who is our hero Rocket League player, jumping in to help out. Left in the 1-on-4. Probably should just save this, but also difficult to get out.
All things considered, that's a clean round from Ferris. They'll be more than happy to carry over 4 players into this next round, especially being able to sweep away all 5 players on a 4-spine like that. It's a good way to start things off. It's going to build some momentum. It's going to build somewhat of a buffer room because you're not going to see MTU reinvest, and so a good chance at least to extend to 3 right here. And obviously they'll have a good shot at the gun round heading into that 4th as well. But I guess no better way to start off your map pick.
No, I mean, especially on the T side, when you think about that fact, it really kind of exudes the confidence Michigan Tech showing. But for Ferris State, that nade stack though, looking pretty darn nice.
And look at them too, they're trapped in alt mid. That smoke as well, they've just kept themselves out of the equation. And they've all grouped up to make sure that they can trade out these pistols, but that's at the cost of map control. They don't have anything left towards those T stairs. And look at MTU starting to adapt. They've adjusted, they put positions back towards this A site, and Banana, it's stuck in a crossfire as well. And so the remaining of these rifles, and we have to keep in mind as well, you've got Brosif, who's knocked down to 33 HP. It could just be that crossfire needed to end this round for MTU.
Well, and Retina, the one gun recovered guy you want with it is Retina pretty consistently. 3-player setup towards the A site, and that's where Valiant is going to be poking his head out. Aggression down Banana as well. This is all shaping up to be a possible victory. Of course, Roberts, who's been delivering, does it once more. Another couple of kills pulled off his Retina on that site. Now Thompson, his Lysander, is going to complete the crossfire. To say you will, and indeed the bomb dropped out in the open.
No, he's got him. I'm saying the bomb's, it's leaving. It's going back towards T-spawn, trying to get to that B side, but the timing's been missed here, Vincent. MTU, they've noticed that the times continue to tick, and Say You Will's gone probing for information in the meantime, and so... what is happening? 16 seconds left. This bomb is nowhere near B, and Retina's just shut down that perspective.
Yeah, this is over. Retina with the AK now. Dystopia just honestly should save. Gonna go for an attempt. We'll take Retina out of the equation. But
maybe the gun?
I'm not gonna grab the AK. That was very dangerous because if Dystopia dies there after time, not so great.
Yeah. I would say this is why Counter-Strike is a great game. The round that Ferris State have the greatest chance of winning is the round that they end up losing. Talking going into the round, obviously contextually of how that round ended up playing out, things work out a little bit differently, especially with that first kill with the nade, but unfortunate set of circumstances, really. Now, Ferris State, they're kind of fighting on the back foot. They've got a P250 in the hands of Space Gym, and not really much else to work off of. Michigan Tech, they're ready to shut this down. That grenade has opened things up beautifully.
That's a rough one.
What is happening? What?
Bro, I'll be honest, that didn't look like it spread to where Brosif was, if I'm being real. But
Dystopia took damage too.
Yeah, this is brutal. Bird, how has this happened?
Can't believe they've done this. But MTU, they've responded. They've heard the Molotov ticks, and they've already got 3 players standing by. Ferris, they haven't adjusted off of this. They're committing to this, and I respect that fact, but they've got no Molotovs to clear out this bomb site. 3 smokes to get in, and a single flashbang to spearhead these first few players.
I mean,
first frag, though, it's gonna have to be Spitzer.
The bigger factor is the fact that there's a bunch of mollies available for the CTs.
Where's the CT smoke? Okay.
Oh, finally gonna come down. They're not gonna check this. Gotta check Flower Pot. Spitzer and Lysander both connecting, and there's that molly that I was talking about. A second to follow it up, and Bird, this is all over. There ain't no way they're coming back into this one. Valiant alone.
Yeah, man. This is where Counter-Strike, and specifically Inferno, comes to light. I was mentioning that mid-rounding earlier. Ferris State just had none of it. They committed to all 5 players Banana off the spawn, and the moment they got shut down by the Molotovs, there was no reaction. They didn't look to kind of settle, make sure that there was an opening elsewhere. They committed into a situation where they had already lost out. That's where the experience comes into play.
Well, to be fair, they didn't really have map control to rotate out. Maybe they felt as if they were sort of stuck into that situation. So,
true, but they put themselves into that situation.
Fair enough. Got to deal with the positions. Right now, with a couple of uncharacteristic misses, but gets out and keeps going for repeats. Why not? That's why not. Roberts gonna deliver another frag. Just Roberts has been very good. 7 frags already. Fortunately, he's the only one to have any success into this round. Brosif carry the EWP up into apartments.
Honestly, tossing this out might be more useful than anything, but Chance will make sure that's not meant to happen. Recovered. A nice set of frags from Michigan Tech to put them in the lead. They haven't lost since that first 2 set of rounds.
So what's next here for Ferris? I mean, that last round, I was going to say they are in a weird buying situation right now where they have a bit of cash. I would have liked to see them, I rarely say this, but I'd like to have seen them spend a bit more.
If we're talking long term, what am I expecting at a Ferris State? I think Michigan Tech, they've shown, especially with Retina swinging towards he popped off 3-4 shots there before he was punished. Yeah, here he goes again. Dude, look how confident he is. He's going for these fights. His teammates are nowhere to be found. He just wants kills.
He's getting them. Collecting one after another. The ace possibility, and there it is. Retina. The delivery. And this is what I'm saying. You just can't put a leash on this guy. He is so ridiculously aggressive in some of these games.
Yeah. I'll finish the thought that I was saying before Retina decides to do Retina things. You mentioned there's no leash that can be put on Retina. Well, that's on the side of MTU, but if Ferris State University want a chance at winning out the rest of this half, maybe even Inferno, they're going to have to be the ones to put a leash on Retina. They're going to need to corner him, chain him to the fence, and make sure that he's contained, because otherwise he's going to unleash hell on your T side.
Yeah, I mean, that early smoke as well to get across. He's going back for more, doing it again. Fortunately, Ferris have wisely thrown the Molotov up towards the window there. All you see default pretty much every round, but still, they saw what would happen if they did not invest it previously. And we're going to see what MTU looks like on a full gun round. Roberts does have an AWP of his own, so important to note that. I think as well with the T-side op, it can be a bit tough, but as aggressive as Retina's being, it's fantastically useful.
Oh, absolutely. Just the ability to find opening duels too and go unpunished. You disappear with a flashbang from your teammate. It's an excellent way. Honestly, this AK, I don't know why. With that sticker, this looks excellent. I feel like the need to make that comment.
That's a really old sticker, actually. What is that?
It's the Half-Life 2 Lambda one, but I don't know when it came out.
I think it's Steer Capsule 2, something like that. I could be entirely wrong. Who knows? I'm not a sticker expert.
Yeah, we tend to be wrong often, but you more so than me, Vincent.
That's true. I take solace in the fact that I'm wrong more than you. Right now, taking that pick, and understandably, they run the other way, do Ferris, but they're running right into the waiting arms of Childs. She's going to deliver 2. Quickly looking for a third, but that's not going to be on the cards.
Oh, I love the disrespect from Sayuel. Just, teammate just said, let me deny angles and then push in front of it to punish. That's outrageous. Oh, man.
It's normal Counter-Strike. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, no. You want support bottom middle? No. I'm just going to make sure that when you die, they just don't go any further.
Water flashbangs. I can't throw those. Sorry.
Yeah. I forgot which... I forgot it was last week, the week before, but one of the teams on the broadcast, they're doing a great job at using their utility. Unfortunately, it just kept blinding their own teammates and getting them killed. It was so unfortunate to watch, but not really what we're seeing here. Michigan Tech.
Those are like flashbangs.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's why I tend to not use them these days.
It's probably for the best. Ferris, looking a little bit worse for wear here. I think it's fair to say.
What do you do? They push in front of the Molotov regardless. I mean, they pinned themselves into a similar situation to before, committing to this B push that's cost them early on. Lysander with the frag, and Spitzer committing on that crossfire, finding himself that second kill of the game, and the rest of the rotations, they've already come through. That flank's been secured as the bomb is also dropped. It looks like an already over round for the Ferris side.
It is indeed. And, you know, Spitzer doing a good job there of delivering a double kill. The cool thing about that is, I'm sure would have hit the shots anyway, but didn't even need to, like, have the crispiest aim because Michigan set up the flashes so perfectly for him. Like, everybody was so blind coming into the site right there. There's just no chance to shoot back.
And Spitzer's the substitute, right? Just correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, so, and that's what's nice is that's actually a lot of confidence boosting as a substitute player for coming in, and you've got all these players who are, I mean, just objectively better than you at the game, and they're the ones helping you out. You know what I mean? There's something to be said about that.
Yeah, it definitely helps out.
Oh no.
You know, Roberts, I've been there. I'll be honest. That's snake I threw. Yeah, can't judge too harshly. It happens to the best of us. Right now, missed shot doesn't happen very often. We'll be falling back just a little bit further into the bracket area. Actually, boosted up over towards Porch. And this is a little bit of a slower round. I mean, to be fair, Ferrets have tried their hand at aggression a couple of rounds in a row now, and it's been unsuccessful.
Yeah, this is a lot better of the map control. It's a lot more of the map control that I would like to be seeing from this T side. Normally, you've got Dystopia Kid hanging around. Spam almost finding Space Gym, but Retina instead will be the one to follow up. He sees the barrel of the gun. Actually, no. I was going to say cost him his life, but he commits to a second frag. This bracket's take collapses in front of us. I have to bring in that aforementioned B anchor to try to make something work, but it all falls through. MTU, they find themselves that 7th round, but I'll continue my train of thought. It looked better. That's more of the setup you want to see in the early round of, let's establish some sort of map control before we commit to some sort of take. You have Dystopia Kid hanging out towards the B-bomb site, making sure that we're not losing map control for free, and we try to make something happen towards A to make sure, especially when they take over towards B, the flanks aren't being punished, right? Because every single time that Ferris State have hit that B-bomb site, you've got someone coming in for the backlines. That's
true, and you know it's been difficult to contend with. I can imagine Ferris State feeling that pressure as it's Child's time. Gonna go for the aggressive maneuver, not Retina, and it's gonna be about equally as effective. 2 kills already with the AK, and we'll get away as well. The getaway part is outrageous. Should have been punished almost certainly. That nade even doing a good job of forcing back Ferris re-aggression.
Ooh,
that was fantastic.
Heard it. Yeah, nice
Retina with the op as well.
Lysander, though, he hears this reload. He's motivated to go for this. What? I wonder if that was the steps communication from the alt mid player, but the call to spam there. Man, what a way to lose the round 2.
Yeah. Ferris State, this is a struggle. This first half, I mean, you and I were talking pregame, before we got on the broadcast about how this is probably going to be a bit of a rough one for Ferris State. I mean, I discussed how, 3-2 on paper. Unfortunately, those are with 2 forfeit wins, and that's unfortunate that that's the way that it goes. But I think that means that Ferris State a little bit worse for wear than their win-loss suggests.
MT is pushing down mid again. Just the disrespect happening. Banana's being taken and they don't care. They do not care. Lysander's just hold it. Oh no, that might have been a headshot but blocked. Oh, but he still gets the kill. Retina just continuing to deliver frags as his top Banana.
He's where you buy guns. He's just with Swan.
At least they got the bomb. There's an AK just left.
Well, now they know about it. Oh,
that's the round.
That's unfortunate. Child's even jumping around, getting that frag. 9 on the board here for MTU. And the Huskies showing no signs of stopping. 16-6 for Retina. 10-4 for Childs.
I'll be honest. With how MTU are playing, and given the context that the only rounds they lost were the first 2, you can't really look at the MTU players and be like, oh, these are the ones not pulling the weight, these ones pulling the weight. I think you pick any of these players, tell them to go hunting for frags, and it's probably looking likely to be around it anyway. It's really just the road of getting there. Ferris State, they need to be showing more resistance, because right now, it feels like they're the ones on the CT side. They're trying to defend spawn, and it's just not successful. See,
and this is the tough part about Inferno, and picking Inferno specifically. if you run up against a good Inferno team that's putting pressure on you with utility and gets that utility going, man, is it hard to like take any sort of space on the T side. It's really difficult. This is one of the, I'd say, can be one of the hardest maps to take map control on because of that fact.
Yeah, there's just so much effort that needs to be put behind, and a lot of times it doesn't even pay off. I mean, you see MTU pushing for map control on CT side, often without that much utility, to be honest. They're just kind of going for fights.
They're sending it.
Which is, yeah, and it goes without saying that against a team that they expect to be better, you probably wouldn't be seeing a lot of movement like this, or at least not anywhere near the same degree. Look at Lysander. No flashbang. His teammates hanging around coffins, just doesn't need him.
But he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good refrag there from Valiant, to be fair. They are going to keep things a little bit more reasonable. Fortunate that nade could have done a little bit more, but does enough damage.
MP7, Vincent. What are your thoughts?
You know, MP7 is a gun I wish was better. Because I think it's fun to use.
Oh, yes.
It's just dog water.
There's just like one turn in the spray pattern that's like, it just throws me off every time.
Yeah, I mean, that's because it's got one extra turn than the MP9. And then the MP9 is just better and higher fire rate. It's rough. Ooh,
okay.
A nice kill.
That's an opening.
Even anticipating challenge, traded Valiant, another solid trade, and yeah, there's that MP7 doing what it does. Oh no, they ran out of time. Are you kidding me? And Retina gets them both at the end too.
Wait, but why don't you commit to the plan anyway? There's so much money. Well, it's just lost there too for even that singular player. Oh no, and it's bullet. Look at the money. It's so bad.
15 hundo.
Listen, this is what it looks like when you're a tourist from a third world country. You come in and your money is just, there's nothing. What do you buy food and you're like, why does it cost so much?
That's an outrageous statement. I don't even know. Oh, it doesn't need cost very much. Retina down once again towards mid. You know, I appreciate these dualies. Unfortunately, they're going to be dead.
Gone. Retina, I'm surprised he finds both those kills.
Yeah, I thought the M4 was going to get that.
All right, the question is, he's on 3 health. You think
he's
not going to back down? Yeah, he's not backing down.
He's got 14.2k. You think he's going backwards? There's only one key on the keyboard and it's W.
Well, actually, if it's W, shouldn't it be 2 U's? 2 keys?
I'm not responding. I just refuse. MTU 11-2. This is out of hand at this point. This is one of those situations, much like you, out of pocket, but this out of hand.
I fit in pockets. I'm quite small.
You are a bird. What kind of bird are you? I haven't ever asked that.
I like to think that it depends on the moment. You know what I mean? Sometimes I like to be like, you know, graceful like an eagle, just swoop in and, you know, brag about how good I am at Counter-Strike. And sometimes I want to be small, hide in a corner, and forget that I'm in the room with certain people.
You know, I'm glad you said eagle, because America.
Oh yeah.
That's clearly what you intended.
How does he commit to that and just get the frag? Oh man.
He had a flash that time.
Yeah, I know, but like the problem with Retina right now is he feels so confident that it literally doesn't matter. The only thought in his head right now is, there's a person there. Okay, I'm gonna fight him. That's it. That's how that gunfight begins and ends.
Yeah, Retina is playing deathmatch right now. Like no joke. It's
he just spawns in the same place every time.
Adjusted deathmatch, like
yeah.
And I don't mean that to be ridiculous. What I mean is that, like you're saying, there's not a fight that Retina's not willing to take. And it's just, run through a smoke. It's whatever. It's deathmatch. That's kind of the mindset. It's clear.
They're fighting to recover this bomb. Look at where Sahi Will is. How is this even happening? It's so far behind enemy lines. The disruption towards the T side is outrageous to say the least. And it's at 12th round for MTU heading into this half went by so quickly.
Bird. 4 people had 16k at the beginning of this round.
It's
they have 5 up. Fanatic, baby. Let's do it. There's
honestly,
so many ops.
Okay, actually, I feel like 5 ops here. Come on, you're not being creative. I really wanted to see like something different. No, 5 M249s. I feel like it's a little bit too tough. I'm thinking like 5 FAMASes.
That's toxic to you. I mean, I'm a FAMAS enjoyer, but you know, everybody hates them. And they're gonna win this round too.
Lesson will disappear and Retina doubles up elsewhere, just straight into the firing squad. What do you do? There's in the flashbangs in the world to stop the CT side from pushing.
Oh my goodness.
And it's just Dystopia Kid.
Spitzer
Stop
needs
this
to get
half.
this kill. All right,
It's
that's
just
stolen
not
away.
meant to be.
Oh,
They're
we
taking
almost had
Stevenson.
one op kill per person there. That would have been nice. Retina's trolling though.
As he usually does.
24 and 6 first half.
To be fair, he did go for the kill every single round.
You did, yeah.
He got 24 kills, yes, but like he had just about every kill opportunity that there was.
See, this is when I cast like tier 2 games in Europe, I feel like I always have to caveat like really good performances because I saw somebody go 27 frags in one half in like a tier 2 pro game, and I was like, that's like one of the best games I've ever seen, except in collegiate. like except for MTU. Like I have to caveat it because Retina does things like this.
Yeah, it happens regularly too. Every single time we see him on the broadcast, he goes ham, and now on the CT side fares.
40 in the last broadcast we were on, didn't he?
I remember very clearly.
Yeah, that was an overtime game.
Well, we've got it red. Valiant with that first frag, but not going to be able to stop the apartments popping. It's going to cost Space Jam his life, and Childs will follow up as well for the double kill straight through the smoke to try to punish these rotations. Retina looking for two, and he's got it. Fearless. This Dystopia Kid left to give it an attempt, but P250, no armor, no kit on the retake towards the bomb site. I've seen worse, Vincent, but it's not looking good.
I mean, I certainly have seen worse, but yeah, I just don't think this is going to be an outcome, especially not without a kit. And the bomb's already ticked, and the Retina just beheads Dystopia Kid. It certainly is a dystopia in the camp for Ferris right now.
Last time we were on the broadcast with Retina, didn't he almost drop 40? And then
that's what I was saying.
Oh yeah, like he didn't we like get on his case for not dropping 40? I vaguely remember this in the interview.
It was on Anubis. It was 1916. I don't remember what the final score was, but it was a lot. He did do the killing a lot.
Very good at doing it. Hopefully that's limited to video games, but
oh certainly. From now, let's be reasonable. Oh,
I mean,
there's so
never.
many nades. There's 4 nades down.
The radar lit up, mortar fire down Banana. Spitzer left to try to cover his flank, but I'll be able to retreat fast enough will mean. I mean, this is acceptable. Honestly, they're dealing enough damage. Space Jam kill as well. It's a 2v3, but with the bomb going down, and MCU looking to hunt, they want to head into the second map.
Yeah, I mean, you said they're doing enough damage, but I just want to direct your attention to the 15-2 scoreline and say, no, you're wrong.
Yeah, anything less than all 5 players killed for every round for the next 13 rounds is it's not acceptable.
Mathematically not enough. Though here's your MP5. Challenge has been a fan.
Ooh. Yeah, I remember at one point the MP5 and MP7 spray patterns were identical. Did they change that?
Honestly, I
think
never knew that they were identical, to be honest.
Yeah, when it was introduced, they were the same. I don't know if it's still the same, but that's why I always use the MP5 or the MP7. It just sounds cooler and suppressed.
That's true. It always does sound cooler if it's suppressed.
Let's listen to it rattle off. No kill, unfortunately, and oh, there we go. Shouts.
There we go.
We'll get that one. Hoping for more, but that FAMAS will deny it. Or before Molotov will deny it. Several of them, in fact. Presence towards that bomb plant.
Molotov?
I'm selling them. It just costs you your life. Spitzer looks hunting for frags, and Vincent, I think it's time.
It is looking like it's time. Valiant's effort indeed. I've made that joke one too many times, but it's 16-2, the final score on Inferno. That is not quite ideal. That was the pick of Ferris State.
It was a map of Counter-Strike. I feel like that's mostly what you can take out of it. I feel like every single time we see a scoreline like this, whether it's Davenport, MTU, or any of the other kind of top teams versus people we don't really see often, the same kind of question comes up: is that underperformance, overperformance? I mean, in this case, again, I think it's standard from MTU. It's Retina.
Yeah, big delivery, big moments, and well, I mean, Retina, like you said, but it was everybody. Childs, Lysander,
Yeah.
Cedar Wills. I mean, Spitzer. We talked about, coming in as a sub, delivered big time. Didn't really need to, but did absolutely deliver. With that being said, we're gonna head to a short break. New coming up next, and I gotta say, hopefully Pharaohs have a little bit more to offer. We'll see you in a few minutes. So, Bert, about this
Yeah.
next map, it's going to be interesting. I don't know that Michigan are going to look any different than they did back on Inferno, considering this is their map pick. Is there anything that you see that makes you think otherwise?
No.
Tough. Well, with that said, I noticed you. Is that a new bed you have over there?
Yes, it's a lovely new bed. As I mentioned for the broadcast, my spring break's coming to it. It means that I'm back home. And I got myself a nice little Simpsons kind of bed sheets. It's great. Love it.
It's beautiful. Perfect. Just like Michigan Tech, we're perfect over that last map. We're headed into Nuke. It's time to get going. And, you know, there is good news. You know what that good news is?
Tell me.
So Ferris get to start on the CT side at least.
Ooh. That is a good thing, indeed. We see the knife round being thrown. This is this standard. Don't worry about it.
It looked like live for a moment, and I was scared.
Yeah, you thought for Michigan Tech for a moment. We're like, let's let him have it.
I really thought. I mean, it sort of did look live for a minute there, you know.
Yeah, that's it. Now we're ready for Nuke. Now it's time. Now. This is also live.
When
Yeah,
your team does that. It's fun.
Yeah, that is also live, by the way. That they got spamming. All right, here we go. Fair State starting on CT side, as you mentioned, Vincent, heading into the map pick of Michigan Tech, and this spells danger. But I guess the lucky part of this, it means that Michigan Tech gets to have a T side, and that means that they're going to have to bring it to Fair State more than they did on Inferno. The obligation actually is to push them now, as opposed to just we can if we want to.
That's true, which is maybe terrifying for Ferris State. On the other hand, FSU did say they are good at Nuke, so maybe this is going to be a fantastic map. We'll have to see. Roberts, who was delivering quite a bit in that first map, going to be traded out towards the ramp. It'll be an adjustment down towards B. Childs leads the way. A little bit of, oh no, oh boy, that's
Lester
a
got
bit
dirty.
rough.
Lester got dirty there by Childs. Just, I'm going to burst with the Glock, and I'm not going to trade you. But this is a nice play here from the remaining MTU players, but they've got 4 players left to find. The bomb's been planted, so it's an upside for them. They just have to cover this defuse. Retina doing Retina things, being a rat, and the bomb stick hasn't been covered, and so time continuing to tick. Is there even a kit in play? No, there isn't, and so time will start to become a factor. Are they sticking it?
No, Rosev's off of it. This might be one. Oh, but Challenge hits the shot anyway. That's ridiculous. The 3K clutched up there. 2v4. Challenge delivering 3 of them. And Retina the other. Ferris State had that in the bag, but just fumbled it at the last moment.
Yeah, 4v2 retakes. You'd think there's a pretty good chance of that, but then again, it's Nuke. It's that B bomb site. It's planted in a good spot for those remaining 2 MTU players. Can't say that I'm really surprised, given the context as well. It's an unfortunate set of circumstances. Fair State now back to the pistols. Not that reinvestment as we saw in Inferno.
No, though. To be fair, Ferris won the pistol on Inferno, so
True.
they didn't get a chance to reinvest. So, also talking to the CT side, remember that conversation we had earlier? It is sort of interesting, though. I am a bit confused at Valiant's investment. Why buy armor if you're not going to buy a pistol?
Couldn't tell you.
I mean,
I can't justify every player's decisions. I could just tell you that I can't explain it, I guess. Maybe it's just, listen. Maybe they're just really good at the USP.
Yeah, okay, dude. Whatever you say. When was the last time you chose to take the USB over literally anything else?
I will pick the USP or not.
Okay.
If I'm on the MTU side playing in this game, I'll pick the MTU over, or sorry, the USP over not. But in a normal match, no, obviously not. Like bringing things back to reality, a little bit strange. But this is the full investment now coming into it. No utility left except for a singular nade. Curious how that's gonna be misused.
That's a yikes. Nuke is a map where you really do need your utility on the CT side, especially initial utility, though, to be honest with you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, this is why you need the initial utility, by the
way. Yeah, so make sure the Retina doesn't do this.
Yeah.
And he will be more than happy to do this every round until you stop him. So keep an eye on that.
Valiant has taken out Childs, so that's a heavy hitter off the field. That was the 3K in the pistol round, to be fair. Unfortunately, it's sort of all gone downhill from there. So you will. Right up, Spitzer, Lysander, they've all got a kill.
Oh no. Bomb. It's gone down. 2 frags alongside it. No contact. I think the footsteps might have revealed the position of both players, actually, but just Roberts. Oh, the distraction. It's good. And no, footsteps didn't betray him. So you will put him to the grave, and that will be M2 for the third. It looks questionable for a moment, though.
Just Roberts. I mean, I mentioned in the pistol round that they were the one person to kind of really deliver sometimes for this Vera State squad, and does it there once again. I mean, gotta give props where it's due. Roberts has been a really consistent player for them.
Definitely. Unfortunately, when you're the exception that's being talked about, it doesn't really set up your chances of winning a best of 3 very well. That is just genuinely how it tends to work. I mean, there's very few players in the world that can push their entire team over the line and shouts, ooh, find that double Valiant to frag back, and okay, 5-7 starting to come to light. This is more of what we want to be seeing.
I mean, there's a reason it's the best pistol in the game. It's a fantastic gun. Should never be seeing a CZ ever in the server.
The P90 though.
You know, I can forgive it. Listen, it's 4-0.
If Fair State bought it, would you forgive it?
No.
Then there you go.
Okay, fair enough. You know, you have got me there. I gotta be consistent. At least on the T side. I feel like it's maybe a little better on the T side than if you...
I feel like it's better on the CT side. If you're door with the P90, just mow them down. Like, you know, like for holding A, you could just hold mouse 1 and kill 3 people.
Well, they're sending it to door.
You know, that wasn't a suggestion, MTU.
It looked like they were sending it to door. They had the flash pre-aim there and everything. Right
What was that, Red? No, I just ran out. That's the distraction though, because there's someone top many looking to find the frag. It's Say You Will. He's got it. Doubles up as well. It's the A bomb site opened up for the taking, and you can see MTU now more than happy to take advantage of it outside. Spitzer trading blows with the Heaven player. Finally.
Well, more like trading feints with the Heaven player.
Fair enough.
Eventually does come to blows, and it is victorious for Spitzer in the end. Roberts missed a few shots early on. Has to... Oh boy, this really feels bad, man.
I mean, listen, you might need those bullets.
No, I mean, you absolutely do, but the problem is the place that he reloaded.
Yeah.
He's walked all the way to under Heaven and then reloaded. And so, unfortunately, that's undone all of the good work of the
incite fear into the hearts of your enemies. Let them know where you are, and let them know you're coming.
And let them know you have maximum bullets.
And let them know that you're vulnerable. It's to lure them right into your trap.
Well, with that, the trap set, and I think it went off without a hitch. Got Spitzer going back outside for more damage, more fun. It's going to be 2 MP9s and our favorite, the MP5.
On a pogo stick currently. Don't know how that's happened, but Shouds has been very effective at coming in from Hunt as that split player, and now there we go. That's essentially round over as we start it.
Yeah, did you see that MP5 skin and then the C9 stickers on it? That was pretty nice.
I didn't catch it. No.
Oh, too bad. Yeah, it was pretty nice looking.
Too bad. All right, whatever. Moving on.
I mean, you know, it's your loss.
Yeah. I mean, I do tend to lose a lot, so.
Especially to me in 1v1s.
Oh. I'd like to see the evidence, but
I refuse to elaborate. Sorry.
Understood.
6-0. Michigan Tech they're on a run here, and Lysander's kept this B90. Which means,
it's been working out.
Yeah,
like,
it hasn't gone down.
Oh.
That was a collat double tag.
What's funny is that definitely would have been a kill onto, I think it was Lysander, or no, who's it? That's Spitzer. Sorry.
So you were Spitzer.
It would have been a kill on Spitzer if Sayul didn't get hit. So I guess you take those, but is this worth it? Because there's an MP9 on the board, and that could definitely close out this round, at least if it wasn't for the fact that MCU, they've been so determined at hitting this A bomb site round after round, and it just keeps on working.
you know, B was a little bit of a rough one on that pistol round, so they thought maybe we just go to A every round.
Every round.
Nope, yep. That's a nice job. Retna wasn't even the low HP player. There's multiple low HP players available. This is winnable. V3.
Bomb's going down to B.
Yeah, I was about to say, where's the bomb?
What?
Dude, that smoke is trolling. It's a good thing it didn't need to put out the molly, so you will get one before falling. And unfortunately, that does enough damage to Dystopia that this is now a very difficult retake, even 1v2.
Does he know which bomb site it is? Surely. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's going down to B.
No, saving.
Oh, could be.
I mean, I feel like if you're sitting in the back of Big Garage, your intention is to save. I feel like it's a rule of thumb that
you're right. Listen, I was just looking at the Nuke as a map. It's just hard for me sometimes to orient myself.
Yes, it do be one of those maps, unfortunately.
I mean, I understand that I can see through walls, but like, I'm just still gonna say, yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, AK carried over though. That's a big thing. Obviously the scoreline.
And he can draw.
It paints a different picture, but being able to bring that weapon in, being able to obviously reinvest another weapon off the top of that, it gives Fair State another fighting chance, and every chance that they can get at this point, you know, the more the merrier.
I kind of wish that had gone over to Roberts, but Bursov's gonna get it. Sophia just dropping one player, making sure to get them a gun. Like I said, Roberts has been, you know, pretty darn consistent at delivering a few frags here and there. Either way.
Is that whose smoke is this?
I assume it's the CTs.
But why? Why is that a smoke that's been thrown by the CTs? That's
what, the ramp for ramp? That's
yeah. I don't know, man. I feel like in every case you'd want to throw it deeper. It ends up working out. Childs gets baited into going into the offensive and punished. All of a sudden, we're 3 kills to the favor of the CT side. Fair State starting to show some magic. Spitzer outside, missing an upshot as well. Oh no, falling up as well. Retna still alive though, putting something into the mix.
This is
continuing to deliver as well.
Retna in a 1v, 2vx, anything is always winnable.
How about a 1v5?
Yeah, this is a 1v5 clutch essentially. I mean, no offense to Switzer, it didn't have any impact, so we're just gonna pretend it's a 1v5 instead of that 2v5.
Time to recover the bomb. 45 seconds to take it somewhere. I imagine having taken control of ramp, Retna will be more inclined to lean towards there, but that's information that, listen, there's probably rotate down towards B. It might just be best to walk out A and maybe head down towards the vent. Come at it from a different angle. Try to catch these players off guard, but with that information, he does take the ladder route, and oh, found the timing too. Valiant doesn't stand a chance, and having suspected, that's a rotated player. Ops back towards this A site bomb. Needs to be this next step, though. Time will continue to tick, and it's going to be more time for the CT side to come into play.
Has a nade flash to work with, and we know he's capable of this clutch. Oh, another player just popping their head out now, knows where they're at, turns and finds a player up in heaven. Now the flash can come into fruition, toes it out, and speaking with it as well. Retna 1v5, clutching up for Michigan Tech. Oh no, that is worst case scenario for Ferris.
You know it's just going to bump him up too. He's feeling it, man.
I know.
He's feeling it. He's just going to keep going for it. It doesn't matter. You said it. You said it before it came down to the 1v3. You're like, Retna's alive.
Yeah. It really does feel that way, you know? And it's got to be that way for the rest of Michigan Tech as well. And Retna definitely believes that. He's the type of player who, I mean, we saw him on Inferno. He goes for every fight.
Oh, there's another one. look at him go. Continuing to frag out, finds the double, and once again the A bomb site, it just doesn't stand a chance. Listen, if you're a collegiate player in North America right now, and you're anywhere near Retna, you should be worried.
Run the other way. See you later, guys. I'm just gonna be checking out.
Oh no. Oh, why?
That's brutal timing.
But
Roberts
surely,
is like, guys, what happened?
Surely the footsteps, though. But
might have thought. Well, I don't know.
A transfer would have been sick if that second bullet connected on the Lysander.
It would have been, yeah. It's too bad it didn't, unfortunately. 9-0 is the scoreline. I gotta say, Michigan Tech, they are showing that they are a different breed here.
No, They're showing that Nuke is T-sided, obviously.
You just tried to. You tried to wind me up, and I refuse. I refuse to be wound up by you.
Listen. Every single time we see this news T-side, Vincent. Every single time.
You know, it's MTU sided. I'll accept that as an answer.
Fair enough. How is it? He's
He's
just getting away with it.
He's done it again. Dude, straight out of A. So you will finally drops off of Mini, and it's like, well, okay, the site's already taken. Oh well.
They don't care.
I'm literally seeing the same round happen again.
They're all hunting. The round has barely begun, and all 5 of them are hunting for frags.
That was actually just a snapshot of the last round again. Runs out hut door, gets a double kill. Say you will. Say you will. Drops Mini, gets a kill and a second kill over in hell. And then a closer. But the only difference is Lysander didn't get the kill.
There are attempts to try to stop this happening in the server. There's a certain weapon that I'm seeing being put into play that I imagine is going to be the crux that MTU will need to overcome, but it's gone.
It's gone. The Broseph and Dystopia have delivered two kills quickly there. Spencer going down as well. Now Childs has to pull this one back. 2-on-2. This is looking a lot better here for Ferris.
The ramp player opts to rotate back through heaven instead of pushing back in towards lobby, and so they'll be lacking information now, and it's taking them all top 2. All of a sudden, it's back down towards B. That'll be heard by Valiant towards Mini.
What is that free fire?
I couldn't tell you. MC, though, this is another close clutch situation. This time, Retina's not alive to save them.
No, indeed. But Lysander and Childs, if there's 2 additional players you'd want in the clutch, I'd say it's these 2. Oh, no.
A little bit on edge.
Yeah, just a bit. They know this round's important. They know that everything is on the line here. It's 10-0. They need this round, and they need it bad. Valiant delivering that first frag and the pre-fire as well. There's going to be Roberts taking him out. Is there enough time? They have a kid.
He's got the kid. It was very close, though. Oh, man. That's it. It's that first round, and that's what they were looking for. I was going to talk about before. You know, we saw this A hits back to back. Retina just relentlessly walking in. Michigan Tech, they weren't even really putting that many reachers behind it. There wasn't a full A execute. There wasn't, a significant amount of smokes, flashbangs to get rid of it. It was literally just, I'm gonna open the door and kill. At Fair State, they finally put a stop to that. Obviously, it's off the end of that 2v2, and it's really those 2 players at the end that pull it into their favor, because I would say normally you could totally favor Michigan Tech to pull it through in a situation like that, but it is that first round, and it's a step towards being able to make a case for this map pick of Michigan Tech.
Step up there, Jim, to pick up 2 frags, and that's going to really deny Retina for the first time, really, this game, it feels like, into a 3-on-3, and a little bit of a different look. Childs, once again, has been asked to bring this back one step at a time, and has at least found some sort of space with that additional kill in 3-on-2, and
oh no! Wait, what?
No way! Are you serious, Broseph? Turn your sound up, bud. Oh god!
I can't help but feel bad.
Yeah, that's rough.
And just like that, any momentum which could have been capitalized on, it's gone. It's back to 3K for most of these players, and back to sailing in troubled waters.
Yeah, Michigan Tech. They're currently, basically dominating in every way possible. I mean, essentially, nothing to be done if you're Ferris State. Just try your best, get what you can. Honestly, it's just a matter of how many rounds it feels like Michigan Tech are gonna lose. He's done it again.
Yeah, just
the old Retina double kill entry towards A. He's on 20, I think.
20 entries or 20 kills?
Just 20 kills.
It could be the same thing, to be honest.
Probably is. Valiant 1v4. Lysander will take that one. A little extra spray there at the end as well, just in case.
All right, Vincent,
Yes, sir.
entertain me. Let's play some D&D. Let's role play a little bit. All right.
All right, all right.
You're
am
the
I, at work?
IGL affairs state. You're let's say you're just Roberts. You're the highest ranking player. What are you telling the rest of your team right now? What's
Wait,
going
hold
on in your head?
Am I Broseph the IGL or am I just Roberts?
Pick your poison.
Okay, I'll be Broseph. Repeat the question.
What are you telling your team? What's the change that needs to be made here for you to win every single round?
Boys, we gotta step it up. All right.
Pull out the Negev.
Yeah, the Negev is clearly the answer. Look, see, it's working.
Oh no.
Okay, it's not working that well, but it's working. No. I'm obviously memeing a bit, but seriously, if I am Ferris, I'm just saying, listen, we got to take this one round at a time. Obviously, these guys are a better team. Like they have more experience. That's just the reality.
Oh,
Let's do what we can. Let's do what we can. Can we get a few more rounds? Let's show them what we have to offer.
That's the bomb.
Oh, they are absolutely trolling. This is what
Back
I
to
call
reality.
throwing.
Back to reality and back to figuring out what's going on. What? Childs. Playing a little bit here, that's for sure. Counter-Strike is being played, but seriously, I don't quite know. Gonna win the gunfight either way, though. That's the most outrageous way to win a 1v1 that I've ever seen.
Yeah. But to finish the thought, if I'm Ferris, I'm just saying let's try to win every round we can. Give it the best that we have, and move on from there. Because the reality is, Michigan Tech, they're just a really good team. And sometimes you run up against a buzzsaw. Take some time. Hopefully try and learn something from the situation. Obviously, that's a little bit hard to do, but that's the best case scenario.
All right, last start of the half. Can they close it out the same way they did in the first? 13-2 is the target. Ferris State will have to make the work, though. Drop down towards Ben already. Say Will's found his way into the back lines. Lifesaver with that first frag, and it's back to right for this MTU side. And they'll find a defending counter-terrorist, and Dystopia Kid hasn't had to fight this very often. This time, though, lose out once again. It's a 3v5, and it's to the back foot immediately, the CT side.
That, Roberts, all alone, a little bit of damage and knife out. So you will close it. It is 14-1. So, unfortunately, the 2-round buffer not quite met here.
How's Spitzer only... I'm looking at 5-5, and I'm genuinely surprised by that. It's just, he hasn't seen anybody. Like, there's
He's
no
been
one.
the outside player with the up.
Yeah.
I mean, and he was missing a few of those shots.
Listen, absolutely no qualms with this man. It comes if you take time.
I don't either. I'm just saying.
Look, you take time out of your spring break. You come in to substitute for a game you don't play often. Like, listen, he could get no kills this entire series, and I would have no issues with it. I have absolutely respect.
That's true. Yeah,
if you really do that, but this is all fine. Players ready to clash, though. MTU fighting through the smoke, and both sides trading out equally, but both sides conceding the fight. It's back towards ramp. I think the call's been made that it's empty.
What? Look at this. Look at Jim's gun. He's got the same sticker. Was Jim the one who had the other gun like this? Does he have just the same sticker with a default decal
on every gun?
That would be great. That's awesome. I got so much respect for that. I'm a big fan.
Ooh. Yeah, it's punished. That's information that will get you punished every single time, and Aretna capitalizing off the back of it. It's up to 15, and a chance for us to close this in just a few moments. Vincent, we need a little bit more than heroics. I think we need a little bit more than miracles here. We need something outrageous from every single player here on Fair State.
I think we need Jesus Christ himself, to be honest.
I think we need body armor. Look at the CT side.
Yeah. Oh no. There's no head armor on anybody but Valiant.
Yeah.
This is great. This is what I wanted to see. Auto Shotty, you know I'm a fan, brother.
Brother.
P90 is, or PP Buzzard as well. Oh, this is great.
Oh no.
Wait, Brett, no way! He was outrageously far.
Lysander's chasing too. Child's gonna be the one to sandwich them and missing every shot too. Means that auto shot will be left in the clutch out of ammo. And it's the duel to go the way of MTU 16-1. Vincent, 3 rounds total for the series. Varsity State will fall.
Yeah, MTU walking away from this, a fantastic team with a fantastic game here in week number 7 of the Day-Star League. And, you know, for me, I think the conversation is obviously Retina. I don't know if there's another player to talk about, really. Like, everybody played well for Michigan Tech. You mentioned you could put anybody in that, like, go-kill position, and they would have probably gotten a similar number. But Retina, like, he just does it differently. He really does. And as for Ferris, you know, unfortunate. They were working with a sub as well. Valiant was a sub. So probably not the best that they have on offer, and also just a little bit outmatched individually.
Yeah, slightly. I think coming into this, I mean, I feel like when you look at the caliber of players here, they were punching up to begin with. I think in general, we were talking about a division like Varsity Premier coming into the league with players like this. You expect to punch up. That had to have been the expectation. Well, they certainly did what they could. 16-2, 16-1. Inferno and Nuke respectively. We talk about right now again. Yeah, the man popped off, but he didn't really give a chance for anyone else to do otherwise. He just went for it himself. So yeah. But that's kind of that's a little spice that you throw into things. You know, makes the game that much more fun.
Well, we're gonna get a little spice, I hope, from the interview that's coming up next. Don't know who we're talking to, but we'll be back in just a few, and then we'll be there with that interview. Alrighty, well, with that, we get to have another conversation with Childs. Let's see what they have to say. Childs, welcome back to the stream. Always appreciate having you on. That was certainly a one-sided affair. Talk to me about the prep here and the expectation.
We didn't really have too much prep going into it. We knew Ferris is a fellow GLIAC team, so we were going to be taking it seriously day in and day out, but we brought in Spitzer as the sub here, and we just kind of ran him down on how to shoot people, basically. He's got some experience playing Counter-Strike. He obviously knew a couple of call-outs. Got a 10-year coin, so we anticipated a little bit of work from him, but it was a great performance from him.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about that, because you sent me a message. You said we got a Rocket League player coming in to play some Counter-Strike, and I think my literal response was, any experience? Question mark. Really? Yeah, just a little bit. What a hero coming in there. I mean, how did that go down? Like, were you just like, hey, any esports players, you want to play some Counter-Strike?
I'm so thankful for the depth in our program. We're able to have at least a couple of people who have some Counter-Strike experience and able to fill in with us. But yeah, we basically just did what you said. We added everybody in the Discord and was like, hey, can anybody come fill in for us? And it was, Frank was the first to respond, so we ended up getting him in. Helped us out a lot. He ended up getting a knife kill. Kind of sent everybody else into a little bit of a craze there. We had a bunch of guys jumping up, a lot of praise going his way for tonight. But yeah, it was interesting for him to transition from a controller to a keyboard, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, so let's talk about that too, kind of the implications of coming in with another substitute player. Did bringing in him specifically into this, did that influence your guys' map pool? Because I know we were talking about, we were surprised to see the Overpass ban coming out, for example. Is that something that comes off of the back of maybe the not having a lot of Counter-Strike experience?
Yeah, that was definitely a part of it. We didn't have quite that cohesion set up yet. Overpass especially is one of those maps where you got to really have that team play set down in stone about what you're going to be doing. So when you have something like a sub coming in, you're going to want to focus on more of your puggy maps, but the MTU special, we're going to have to be playing a little bit of nuke, so...
Fair enough.
Indeed. With that, my one of my final questions is actually about playoffs and everything. Obviously, last semester it was a little bit of a rough go. Y'all had a bit of a rough schedule, to be honest with you. Kind of got a bit screwed over by the teams in your group, and just ended up being the last out of those, and didn't quite make it as far as I was hoping. With that being said, this semester you guys seem to be unstoppable, and I have to ask the question. Are you guys going all the way? Like, where are you seeing this? Do you think you're able to take it to the likes of Davenport?
I think definitely, like, we're looking at something like that. You see Davenport starting to make some changes with their main roster as well. It's not out of the picture for an upset. We're definitely expecting to make the finals here, and you'll hopefully be seeing us at LAN.
Sick. I would love to see you guys at LAN. It would be a lot of fun. Would be happy to finally meet everyone. I feel like I've been talking about you and seeing you guys on the server for years at this point. It would be fun. That said, Childs, any final shout out before you go?
Yeah, shout out all the Rocket League team probably watching Frank going frag out there. Really appreciate you letting us take him for this game. Might be taking him for next one, who knows. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Hope we did a good enough performance for Al.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Childs. Have a good night and appreciate all your time.
Thanks for having me.
Always a good time talking to Childs, and always has some awesome answers as well. Good insight. Birdie, any final thoughts before we head to a break?
I think that Retina's committed a few war crimes these last two series. He needs to be contained. I'm ready to see the team that wants to take on that challenge.
Yeah, I too am ready to take a look at it. There's some good options. I mean, we talked about Davenport, Drexel back at full strength with Nova on the roster as well. It's a really good team that I think probably not getting as much conversation. I haven't gotten to see them on stream yet. I'm hoping that's going to be soon. Up next, it's Colorado School of Mines and Arizona State University. That'll be in a little bit, though. I think we have about 45 minutes to wait before that's going. So go grab some snacks, get some popcorn, drink some water, and then come back for some more Counter-Strike action. Well, after an extended break, we're just about ready to get back into Counter-Strike action. Vincent alongside Birdie Box, and we have an exciting matchup. It's Colorado School of Mines up against Arizona State University. And honestly, this is a really interesting one. We got two teams pretty much all across the board, both undefeated, and we are headed into actually an open premier game here as well, which is a lot of fun to see. Let's talk a little bit about these two teams. Birdie, why don't you walk me through it?
So the thing you really want to know here with this matchup tonight is, realistically, out of this kind of conference that we're looking at right now, West 2, this is the matchup of the entire group. This is the two teams you're looking at. Of one of these two was going to come out on top. The question tonight is which one of those two is it likely going to be. The Colorado School of Mines, we've seen them a few times now on the broadcast. This is the third time this season alone, and they've absolutely performed every single series. The first time I think we saw them against San Diego State, and then the following week against California, Poly Pomona, whatever, I think that was right.
Something like that.
It's something like that, but it's been a great show every single time they've been here. At Arizona State, I've had run-ins with them in the past. They're an incredibly difficult team to play against. I can't quite pinpoint what it is, and regardless, I mean, the 5-0 record speaks for itself, and I know there's a couple players in that roster too that I recognize, so it should be an absolute banger.
Yeah, I mean, lots of obviously, just individually, there's some good things to talk about. Colorado School of Mines, they've played together the last season of ESEA. Didn't have the greatest of showings in intermediate, but as a whole, like from a collegiate perspective, that's still very high level, even if they didn't perform that well. And the fact that they've been playing together for so long and they have that experience is huge, and is probably part of the reason that they're at this 6-0 stead right this moment. Let's talk about the pick a ban. We actually have quite a bit of information, and the fact that Overpass, Vertigo gone, and the outset was a little bit surprising to you, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the reason being is I took a look back at the vetoes for the previous series that CSM have played, and every single time the first ban from Colorado School of Mines was the ban of Mirage. And so this time around, they've opted to ban Vertigo. I don't know if that's because they've changed their preferences on their bans, or rather that's to try to counter something that ASU have to offer. But regardless, ASU, they've taken that opportunity, and they've first picked into Mirage, hopefully trying to take advantage of any sort of weakness which might lay there. That'll take us into Nuke, and then Inferno. Those are maps which we've seen Colorado School of Mines willing to play in the past as well, and so this should set up to be a good series nonetheless.
Yeah, and especially that Nuke. When talking to Arizona State's Nuki, I mean, I was asking, hey, what sort of map pool do you have? And the answer was, we like to play fast, and that means banning out typically maps like Overpass, which they did, but also Nuke, which they couldn't do. And so I think the CSM, they've probably found some fertile ground here to take a shot at the opposition. But Arizona State, I mean, like you were talking about it, getting Mirage is fantastic, and that will be an effective way to get that fast, aggressive strategy going early into the game. But with all of that being said, Inferno being our decider, I'm always excited for an Inferno decider. It's always a lot of fun. Don't know who that really is going to be able to favor. I think a lot of that probably will come down to the knife round and seeing who gets to start on the CT side.
I mean, so if you look back at the match that they played, let me check real quick. I think it was the San Diego State team. They actually won on Inferno, as in the San Diego State side won 16-11 against CSM on Inferno. And so that's something to be noted, albeit that was the map pick of San Diego State, and so maybe expect to go into that, but it at least shows that they're willing to play the map. Not competent on 16-11 isn't like some crazy blowout, right? And so I imagine it'll be a lot closer, but losing it against San Diego State and then going up against what is, at least on paper, a better ranked team, slight concerns, at least.
To be fair, Brugger is a very good player for that squad,
right,
and dropped 43 in that map. So I don't know that there was a lot that could have been done, but regardless, a good point to be made. And with all of that being said, I think let's talk predictions while we have a moment. What do you think this is going to go? Because honestly, I could see this going actually just about any way, personally. Like, I could see this being fully a 3-map series. I could see this going 2-0 actually both ways, though I would be surprised to see Arizona 2-0 here. I think that if they win, probably in 3.
I think realistically, we're going to go see all 3 maps. I think that if Arizona State are coming into this with a good idea of how they want to approach Mirage, I mean, obviously CSM, I haven't taken a look at their league history, but they haven't played Mirage so far this season, at least on broadcast, and so that's it being their first ban every single series is something to be said in and of itself. And then Nuke, we've seen them play it every series on broadcast as well. They look confident, they look good every single time. And Inferno, that's a toss-up, right? But at that point in the series, every player should be warmed up, ready to play. We shouldn't really have issues of who's coming into this aiming better. That's kind of, if you're not peaking in your third map, then
when are you peaking?
You know, yeah.
I mean, that's a fair point, right? And even beyond that, I do think that it's going to be about. I think that Mirage not being a map that is played all that often by the CSM squad kind of gives them a little bit of leeway in that opening map, because they probably won't feel like probably won't be feeling a lot of pressure, I guess is kind of what I'm getting at. Whereas, you know, maybe on the other side of things, Arizona State, we've been putting a lot of pressure on them as the possibilities that this goes to 3, but Mirage probably a necessity, especially considering how good CSM are on Nuke and the fact that ASU tend to go away from maps like Nuke. All of those things kind of line things up. And I think my official guess here, and it is really a guess because honestly this is a bit of a toss-up, I actually think that CSM takes us in 2 or in 3. I think if they win Mirage, it's in 2, and if they don't, then it's in 3. That's my thought.
I think that it really comes down to if Arizona State show up and they've got, let's say if they've got 3 players who are absolutely banging heads, I think they'll probably end up taking the series. Whichever team shows up with the most players on like top form, I guess we'll put it that way. But I definitely agree. I think if CSM wins Mirage, the series is probably theirs regardless. I think that Nuke is a relatively comfort pick for them. Obviously, I can't say that for 100%. I haven't seen Arizona State's Nuke this season. I can't attest to how good that may or may not be, but it's just we're going off of what we've seen.
Yeah, I think that it's two different approaches to this, right? I think the Arizona States, they have the best fraggers in the server, like Based specifically is an advanced player, like has a lot of experience, is going to be very good. That's almost a guarantee. And there's some other very experienced players on Arizona State, so I think the height is there. Like the best player might be on Arizona State, but the breadth is there for CSM. They've had time. I mentioned that they played together over the last ESEA season. That means they've had a lot of time to get, you know, the small things, all of the little protocols that is going to help you win games figured out. And so for me, that matters quite a bit.
It does, especially in the micro things, especially on a map like Nuke, you know, where protocols and rotations and making sure on the same page with timing. So when you hit a bomb site, who fires the first shot, you know, so to speak. That's where, you know, playing in the same team, going through those, you know, dry runs in practice, scrimming a bunch of teams, figuring out where the, you know, where the holes in your offensive capabilities are. That could make a lot of difference. I don't think this Arizona State team plays together outside of that, outside of collegiate that is, and so they'll be missing that little bit of an edge. And while that makes a lot of difference on Nuke, I mean, that's not to discount maps like Mirage and Inferno as well. There's a lot of situations where a lurker playing on one side of the map could make a read of, hey, my team's making work here. These are usually the times where I can catch up on rotation here and there. You know, let me just go make a play for my team. And then communication in those situations can be really important. Well, that's not fully down to the chemistry that you'll have with your teammates. It does have a massive factor.
It does. Let's dive a little deeper into Mirage, though, and talk about the fact that because Arizona State did pick this, Colorado School of Mines, they get to start on the CT side. How big a deal do you think that is? Obviously, this is a map that is slightly CT-sided if you look at the stats, despite what some may say. And, you know, I think that CT side start is a good thing, but I don't know how big of a deal it is. What do you think?
All right, listen, Vincent, it's a tale as old as time of the double op on Mirage. It's usually pretty easy to obtain if you just wait patiently enough, and it's very hard to break once it's actually kind of taken hold. I think the CSM rosters are a really good one to be able to do that, and so while this isn't their map pick coming into it, and I don't know how much practice they got on it, it's still Mirage. It's still a pug map coming into it. I think if they can establish on the CT side, I could think we could expect to see some level of, you know, consecutive rounds coming off the back of it, right? And that could be a really dangerous prospect. I think we could see this going in their favor as a result.
Well, it looks like the pistol round has gone in their favor. As apparently we got started a little bit early. Either way. So don't know how it went down, but with 4 players surviving, it certainly looked dominant, despite the fact that Arizona did get a bomb plant in there. So we'll be seeing a force fly off the back.
Yeah, and that's the important factor. That force by coming back into this. That's Arizona State not wanting to give things up, and they'll be on relatively evil playing fields as a result. The important note, though, if you take a look, it's almost all guns. A single smoke, 3 flashes across the board. On Mirage, that's not a lot of room to work with.
No, and one of those smokes already gone out towards top mid. So
There's the second.
Yeah, you're right. It's gonna go towards top con. I mean, a good smoke to throw, no doubt, but it certainly is putting a lot of pressure on these aim battles. Z will be leading the way, the AWP player, but Yag hanging out onto the site, and oh boy,
no.
That's bad news for the CSM squad. Cyan does pick up a kill, but it's just Cyan and Gore left alive here in a 2-on-4.
They almost certainly have to save this. There's just no reason you could justify going for this against the buying situation they've got against them. And it's tragic, too. That scout going up ramp at the start of the round, it got that first tag, made it really difficult for that player to swing back through, and at least in any effective manner. And with Yag being stuck towards triple where he was, it's done at that point. It doesn't matter that you didn't have the utility to get into the bomb site. Those aren't safe gunfights to take at that point. So I definitely think CSM out of position here on the A site, costing them that second round.
Yeah, I think the key that was missing for me was just any sort of support, right? You had, I think it was Jarek swinging with the scout towards the stairs, and that's the player that should have been tossing the flashes, for the likes of Yag on the site, as opposed to taking that duel. When Jarek goes down, the rest of the site really falls with it.
CSM, they'll have to make up for that mistake. I believe we just had a pause. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
brief if it was.
I tabbed out for a moment. It seemed like the timer was taking a little bit longer. Regardless, this investment, not much of a surprise considering the saved weapons.
Yeah, to be expected, certainly. Got an MP9 out. I mean, you're the only one with actual utility here. And that should give away the gambit to ASU. This is a buy. Not that they wouldn't be expecting otherwise, but either way.
There's contact. Molotovs to follow up. Slight miscommunication as 2 of them end up being tossed, but the first pistol drops in the form of Jarek. The Galils brute force their way in, but there's still someone hanging around, and it's Gore. Extinguished. As does Cyan in towards Mark, and this seems to be a done deal for the ASU side, but the rifles have rotated in, and I'm Donut immediately dink down. It might just be another save.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna have to be Donut down and out. By the way, that's a masterpiece. That's a very expensive gun.
Not cheap, yeah.
Yeah, a few hundred at least. I don't even remember what exactly it costs, but I do remember that. Yeah, good looks. And with that, we see ASU sort of solidify themselves. And like I was saying, the individual prowess of this Arizona State squad, that's going to be what allows them to win a game like this if they do come away victorious, I think.
Yeah, we're still at early stages too. So despite the fact that the CSM, they went out the pistol, and immediately kind of the favor goes the way of Arizona State. Yet to actually mean anything in the long term of things, right? We've yet to see the full gun rounds come through. Once we see this, as I mentioned before, this ops start to come into play. That's where Cyan, for example, really activates and based. Get caught out with the pistol there, but teammates ready, and seems like this A-take should be successful because Cyan's been isolated, and well, Gore's USP won't be effective at that range either. There's that third round, and it should take us into the rifles.
We'll say base starting out and showing what they have on offer with regards to some of that spray control. That shot into the player at CT, very clean when it comes to the spray control. Especially at that range. What's that?
Always nice to watch.
Yeah, indeed. Love to see that. ASU with a 3-1 scoreline. Here's the gun round. A little limited on the utility. If I'm CSM, would have liked to see them have a bit more.
They've got the up and play, though, and that's really what matters. They've got that position over towards mid. They'll be worried on the Arizona State side of running into that once that starts to pop off. But Arizona, they've got a AWP of their own. It's over towards ramp in the hands of Z, and they'll be ready to fight that, but it's more presence over towards mid for the T side for now.
Yeah, Z actually falling all the way back. Cyan gonna give the position away for the time being. Flash out, though, to allow an exit strategy. And from here, question of where to go befalls Arizona State. They have control. They're looking to make a move. And it looks like that move, at least for the time being, it looks maybe towards connector. They're going to clear out top con, or rather fully con here. With that smoke towards the top of it. It's going to allow base to make maneuvers and adjust in. We've just passed the 1 minute mark, Birdie.
They have, and that's 4 smokes used over towards this mid position. I'm Donut's working his way around one of those. He's found that first kill, but based on the aggressive through it, has found that trade. Op yet to activate as Cyan caught between these 2 angles. One through middle, and looks like it's going to activate. I think that was a missed shot. Man, just to actually fall back off of it, though. This A site now falling under pressure, but there's a player positioned over towards Palace. It's Yag, and he's got the crossfire from CT if need be. The bomb's been dropped. Time's starting to tick, too. The pressure is starting to mount up.
Oh, he needed that flash. Jarek just coming in a little late. That flash needed to be like seconds earlier.
Look around.
A lot deeper. Based. Connecting, and Gore has a first shot. Is going to end up taking base out, and Jarek turns around, but it's not going to be enough. The spray goes wide, and it's a 2-on-2. Time close, but Jarek delivering both frags as he moves forward, forced to go to the plant where Arizona State.
That was a really solid round. Throughout the entire duration of that CSM, I think they played that. It was a little too safe, maybe. But there's so much presence from Arizona State over towards mid. They had so many Molotovs, 4 smokes being used at one point just to get up through towards connector. CSM letting that just simmer. Letting the situation kind of stabilize and then taking advantage of it once it kind of came down to the gunfights. They came out on top towards the end, and especially when they crunched the bomb site, that preemptive rotation back towards the T-spawn to get into the behind the backs of Arizona State, that's the kind of heads-up mentality that we need to see from CSM to be able to win against their opponent's map pick.
Certainly is. And I think that we're starting to see the best of CSM there in that round. Even with a couple of whiff shots, it's going to be Mgor heading into the site, and Yag falling. A double kill, in fact, for Mgor. That's incredible. 2 entry frags found, and honestly, a save should be called here. 3 on 5, and no positioning back into this. Unless they get a free kill, this is over.
A tragedy, too. You look at the health on Mgor, and you're like, maybe dodging shots there. You think maybe there's a way back into this, especially considering the utility as well. You think, maybe it's possible, but again, Mirage feels like it has a lot of Inferno symptoms these days of just, what's the point in going for it? These retakes are so difficult to make work. If you aren't already fighting when the bomb goes down, it's just not worth going for it.
I mean, and it's the positioning as well.
What?
Oh boy, that's a tough one. Tough
the
pill to
worst
swallow.
player to lose.
Yeah, with the AWP, absolutely. Nuki gonna take that and carry it over into the next round, probably trade over to Z for it. And yeah, that'll be happening immediately. And so Arizona State showing exactly why they're so good here on Mirage. You know, they mentioned that they like to play fast and aggressive. That's fast and aggressive. Imgor straight out into the site nearly immediately as soon as the round starts.
This openings, the CSM, they'll need to claw this back into their favor if they want to temper this Arizona State side. You mentioned in the pregame that they're a team that likes to accelerate the pace. They like to take fights off of spawn, and if they're going to stop losing out on those, and all of a sudden, if there's nothing else to back that up, what legs are there left to stand on?
Well, it's working for right now, so we'll see Colorado School of Mines can adjust off the back of this. 2 saved rifles.
I'd like to see those be put onto the offensive.
I said 2 rifles. There's one AP9, excuse me.
Right, but I'd like to see those put into in an offensive manner. Give the utility to the rest of your teammates. Let them put you into positions where you can take a good gunfights, get some information, get some map control, and maybe end the round before it begins. But they'll sit back for now. CSM, I respect the patience, but right now I feel like there's a degree of respect giving to Arizona State, which I think they're starting to read.
Need going to be catching both Imgor and Z just a little bit. Pretty much max damage onto Imgor, so good.
What is this
decision
skin?
Making? I don't know, actually. Haven't
I've
seen
never.
this one.
It looks really nice.
It's a bit chaotic for me, but there's some good stuff there.
Yeah.
Speaking of skins, look at this matching. Is that matching Deagle with a gut knife? That's the same similar
skins
color?
tonight have been amazing. No.
True. We are being skin enjoyers right now.
Collegiate skin enjoyers.
I could have a different context. Anyway, Arizona State. Context of this round is just patience for them. They've played the aggressive maneuver. They know they're walking into just a saved couple of weapons. And they've made the right decision. Look at this. There's really just one player here on the site. One rotating in over towards stairs. To be fair, Jarek is in a position to take advantage of this, maybe.
Stairs smoke, but a little bit of an obstacle in their way that they were looking to boost over it, I'm pretty sure, but Sign with the P250, finding that first kill on the CT side, and the smokes will make things more difficult, but Gore on the MPI, he's not waiting around for action. He wants to make it happen himself, but it's been punished by the bomb planter, and Noogie will pick that up to the smoke. I'm not sure if that was off the fade, but regardless, it will close out the round. It's that 5th round for ASU. And those saved guns aren't really put to use.
Yeah, I mean, Gore doing a good job of picking up at least a frag with the MP9, which does solidify the economy a little bit. You know, a little $600 extra boost in the pocket, never hurt nobody.
Mm-hmm.
But as a whole, Bird, it's just not great. Sign back up with the AWP. You mentioned how important this was, and we're going to see... Oh, no. I'm down immediately. That's not the op, but man, is that a rough way to lose out. AWP was over towards A initially, now in connector for Cyan.
Yeah, and that's a good performing player on the CT side to lose as well. Speaking of another one, it's Yag over towards that A site. He's gone as well. ASU just continuing to deliver on these openings. It's part of what makes it so difficult to play against them. I've been in the server year after year with some of these players, and there's nothing more frustrating than just going into a round with a game plan like this, and it just collapses every single time. You lose as 1v1s, and after that, you have to take risks to claw your way back. You have to take gunfights that are disadvantageous. You have to take gambles on timings that you think you have, and at the end of the day, you're just playing a more difficult game of Counter-Strike. And here's another one on the edge of the smoke, on the edge of their seat. Score's going to find base, but at the cost of losing this B-bomb site.
Yeah, and Z coming around the corner, making sure that Jarrett can't do much more. Gore will at least call back another frag, but here's where you got to make that tough decision about where to go for it, when to not. Obviously, these two players so far away, electing to save, but in a 2v3, typically, I think you prefer to see somebody go for it here.
I think if they were a little bit closer, like if one of them was already on catwalk and the other was like ready in market to go for this retake, I'd say go for it. But the problem is they're far enough away to where the rotation through would have given Arizona State time to solidify themselves, you know, put that player in towards the apartments, get themselves positioned for that bomb defuse, you know, have the two players kind of working in tandem, crossfire to make sure that, you know, the market player can't exit, or that cat player is just, it has to expose themselves to take a fight. It's these small things that makes the B-bomb site specifically really hard to work your way back into. And so, given the timing of the situation, it's no surprise that they save.
And especially with an op as well. I mean,
True.
I think, you know, you have a rifle, it is one thing. An op makes it even more difficult. Regardless, time to think about things here for CSM.
Yag's died every round.
What's that?
Yag's died every round. That's one of the players I would actually look towards the CSM side to be not necessarily pulling more weight, but that's a kill.
Delivering more.
Yeah, definitely falling a little bit short of expectations, and that's really kind of my win condition for CSM at this point. Yag, one of those players that I think needs to step it up a little bit.
Well, plenty of time still to do that, both on this map and potentially on Nuke as well. All of that being said, though, I mean, look at the economy. It's starting to get out of hand. I mean, Arizona State, they haven't won that many rounds in a row. I mean, it's only been, what, like five rounds?
So we won the pistol being won by Colorado, and then it was the two for the other side. I don't remember when Colorado won their second, but
yeah, I mean, it's not been that many rounds in a row. That's the point. And Nuki's at 13.9K and Sad's 11K. Like, I mean, there's a lot of money.
They're farming.
Seems like it. We'll see exactly what they'll be farming up. Seems like frags back on the menu. Double kill there. Z and Noogie both taking one apiece. Playing up over the top of that smoke was deadly for Donut.
Okay. Response from the AWP. The lead more where that came from. An edge on that jungle smoke. If Cyan Rune to work with on the cross. Trying to flick through as he reads the footsteps, but Sad will put a bullet into his brain, sorry. And Based will make sure that punish on the bomb plant gets punished in and of itself, and that MP9 of Jarek. Vincent, if I had to gamble, I don't imagine This is the best weapon for retake.
I'm not exactly a gambling man, but if I were, I'd say it's over. 7-2. And, I think I'm learning a lesson. You just should never peek based when he's at A ramp. He's yet to lose. He's yet to lose a fight there.
Just don't fight base. we were talking in the last series about how impactful Retina is in the server. Base is just another one of those players that if he's showing up, he feels confident to take his fights. You don't want to be on the other end of that gunfight. And unfortunately, from the side of CSM, I think we're seeing a lot of parallels to that series. Arizona State, they're feeling confident to just kind of play their game and do whatever they like. CSM, I don't want to put it in this manner, but it's a little bit one-dimensional. They're not really getting proactive enough to make fights on their own terms.
Yeah, they're not taking space. They're not. They're playing Mirage, but they're not playing their game of Mirage.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way it is. It's like, yeah, they're doing the things you do on Mirage, just not with any gusto. Small differences mean a lot, especially in the game of Counter-Strike. This is surely a free kill for Z. Not gonna miss in those moments, and even those small things. Look, that Molotov. Nuki doesn't necessarily have to throw that. Knows they're going into a pistol round, but just takes the extra moment to invest the utility to ensure that things go correctly.
If things go according to plan, this should be another round for ASU with all 5 players left standing. That would push most of these players up to maximum money, which is a terrifying prospect as Gore punishes that kill through the smoke. And Gore, listen, buddy, the Steagles, it looks great, but I feel like we need to start seeing rifles in your hand, man.
Yeah, I mean, not just a Gore problem. That's just a general problem. One thing that I do notice as well, especially for the C side, is that getting this amount of money in your hands, it's so devastating, like mentally, the CTs.
Yeah.
Like I compare it. Obviously, it feels like because obviously I do the Valorant games for Nace as well. Nice shot there by Gore to end it out, by the way. But obviously I do the Valorant games for Nace as well. And the max money in Valorant, I know you probably don't know, it's 9K.
No, it's 9?
It's just 9K. So the point I'm making is that those games have kind of like given me an additional perspective on how ridiculous the amount of money you can gather as a T is. Like,
yeah, 16
like,
grand.
that's like 6 buys.
Oh, so yeah, because if you include the loss bonuses after losing consecutive rounds, that this is like
infinite.
It's at least like 3 full gun rounds with ops, 4 if you're like getting kills in the process as well, and that's crazy to think about.
And then you're at full loss bonus, and if you got a plant, you have another buy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, it's infinite money, it feels like.
And so the pressure that's applied to CSM off the back of that is, listen, like, not only do we have to win rounds, but if we want to like have rounds where we're entering with an advantage, we need to win consecutive ones, and they're just not getting that. They haven't had a single round with an opening advantage for a long time, and it continues to be that way. Two-man entry and towards this A site is Gore and I'm Donut drop, base being the only casualty on the ASU side. And again, this is a question. Do you go for this retake? This time they have players in position to do so.
They do, and they've got the kills. Yag and Jarek both finding that. Yag dodging out on the flash, and Jarek from behind. Additional flank working wonderfully as I'm Gore, the last alive, stuck in Palace, mollied off. And this was surely another round. CSM delivering. Jarek with a big impact there on the flank, but Cyan with the double kill, and everybody really investing heavily with Yag picking up one as well.
All right, step number 1, Vincent. They've started off the marathon by completing the 5K, but there's still a long way left to go, and it only gets more painful in this uphill section because they're starting to fight the rebuys of Arizona State, and their own economy continues to come back into question. But this time, though, they've got their full gun round. They've got confidence that they finished those first few miles. Now they got to finish out a few more rounds.
Indeed. It's tough because they thought they were running a marathon. Actually, it was a triathlon. It's just the first.
They forgot to swim.
Yeah, they've been on the run now. They're on the swim through the fires and the flames. Here's Donut. They're an opening pick. You mentioned how rare this has been for CSM. The fact that they've got one here is incredibly important. Unfortunately, Base, I said, hasn't missed a spray yet, but does get traded out on the A side.
I want to note for I'm Donut, he got that kill towards Connector and immediately pivoted towards Palace. That's awareness from him. He knows exactly what he's expecting of the Arizona State side. Attention elsewhere is going to beta lurk somewhere. They've punished it this time around, albeit Cyan wasn't quite it didn't hit the right timing for it. It's good to see those kind of efforts being made.
Absolutely is. Here's that push. Oh, a critical frag, and Z can't quite get there in time. Yag will be finding one more frag before he falls. It's up to Jarek on the B site. In a little bit of a tough position, I think, for them to anticipate. They're going to be aware. Yeah, Jarek going to get a freebie, and there's the second as well. Jarek, another good round, and this one with 3 more players surviving, it creates space for CSM to start building themselves up a bank account, and that's important.
Yeah, and that entire round being won by that apartments player there, but all the effort actually being done by I'm Donut in towards Market, the attention that he drew, just even with that Molotov, just knowing that all these Arizona State players are focused on towards that one player gives that apartments player room to work with and just close out the round, even if he only gets one there. It makes things so much easier for the School of Mine side.
This is a resurgence from CSM, of course. ASU back in this is a fake. This is base trying to bait out rotations, trying to convince exactly that this will be a B hit, but actually not working at all. 2 players still committed here to A. Lurk smoke coming through. That's not so successful. The base staying alive though. Now it's up to the take, and Gore, how's he gotten away with that? Base coming in through towards the mid area. I'm Donut delivering, and Gag as well in the rotation. This is all coming up CSM.
Spent too much time getting out of the ramp, focusing on those players, especially under Palace. They dealt plenty of damage, but damage is enough to win rounds. You need to get kills, and base has started to make inroads in that regard as Imgor comes in on the flank as well. All of a sudden, this A-side defense, it collapses. All 5 players drop in the blink of an eye, and ASU, they pull it back.
Oh my goodness, Arizona. How have they done that? Base with a triple kill on the flank, and Imgor just walks in, finds one, drops down, and whilst falling, finds a second as well. That's truly ambitious from Imgor, and it works out wonderfully. Base with his flank towards mid was apparently well-timed. It will be a 9th round for Arizona State. This could really turn the tide. A broke economy for CSM. They need to win this round. And Z will take the opening pick.
The trade, it's important, and the ability to just get out of that situation without the refrag, even more so. Yak swinging off that spray. Base is actually some of his own life there trying to hunt for that. And Vincent, we're 20 seconds into this, and we've had 4 players go down.
I mean, Arizona, they said they like to play aggressive, Bird, and this is damn aggressive, I'd say.
It's that, yeah. I don't think I could qualify it as anything else. They seem to want those opening fights, at the very least. This time around, though, CSM, they feel more than comfortable responding to it rather than just sitting back and letting it happen, which is a positive sign for them, despite the fact that the scoreline seems to be relatively distant. But we've seen them win 2v4s before.
Right, so that was based before. Now Z with the AWP. It's a little different because you got to really gather a lot of space for this. Oh, and that's a great angle from I'm Donut. It'll be traded, but still. Let's see what the timings look like.
Ooh.
And Z seemingly not anticipating an actual player in mid.
It seemed like he could have responded like a few more milliseconds and he might have gone for that flick. It seemed dangerous, but a little bit too much time needed to set up that shot. And 9-5. A 6th round here wouldn't be atrocious for CSM, considering how the early stages of the half went. I wouldn't call it a success, but I'd call it acceptable to kind of claw your way through onto the T side. My only question remains, oh no, Arizona State. All 5 players heading towards the east side of the map. One exception, and it's base to draw attention. CSM, they haven't had to deal with a full B rush, a full B execute for a long time.
Well, this is going to be a B rush. This is going to be maybe just contacting here at B. We got a smoke set up by Sad in the back stages of this apartments area. That's going to be over towards the market window. The flash comes out, the molly to follow.
Oh, no,
you gotta have your gun out. Oh, and now fire peppered across these areas. Donut will get a kill. Imgor on the other side, but the T's, they have entries. A double kill to get themselves onto the site, and the bomb going down as well.
Find the cat player, important. Makes his defense so much easier on the bomb side as he doubles up, and Gore, neither of those kills really tradable for him. Stuck holding his angle, which won't be satisfied by another ASU player. It's a retake. It's 1v3, and he's in for the first. With time continuing to tick, he's picked up a smoke for his troubles. Might just convince him to go for the bomb, but I don't think he's expecting that close angle, and Z will find his third to close out that round. It's a 10-5 half for ASU, and despite the fact that we saw glimmers of light from CSM, it's still the comeback we need to see from them.
Yeah, I mean, I want to kind of go back to something you mentioned actually in the pregame. You asked the question, okay, if this is going to be a win, it's going to be somebody, the team that has 3 players that are playing at their best. And look at this, Z, Based, and Noogie. 12, 14, and 12, all 3 delivering massively, and it's a 10-5 half. It's exactly as you said. You nailed it.
I tend to do that every once in a while. Once in a blue moon.
Yeah, you know, it happens.
And
Colorado School of Mines.
Yeah, they win pistol rounds every once in a while, too.
Yeah, I was about to say, they're there here and there. Of course, the problem was they lost against the Force Spy last time out.
Yeah.
Double flash over. This is just a standard Palace pop.
Flashbang hasn't connected though. Based. I'm going for the second frag as well. Where's this off? Hasn't been able to get in front of them, and the Glocks at this range. The collapse and Yagin through the Palace position. The bomb is dropped. It would need to be recovered, and well, overcoming those 4 players was a tall task anyway. And ASU, they'll pick up the pistol this time. They don't even need to go for the second.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see a stair smoke there.
Maybe.
You know,
what did they smoke? They smoked CT?
I don't think they smoked anything.
They threw one thing. If it was a CT smoke, I don't quite understand it. A CT smoke, like, when you're popping Palace, you're usually trying to get into CT as fast as possible. If you're smoking CT, that usually means that, well, you're not going to be doing that. That's not a sight line you're trying to obstruct when you're coming out Palace. It is the kind of jungle area, and I mean, these rifles don't even need to catch my breath before they'll be dropped.
A little rust spray there on the base side of things, but Sad will clean it up. Don't you worry. A quad kill for Sad. Though I think Z is the only one who's really truly sad in that he didn't get any additional cash with the MP9.
Coming to this with the bonus round though. 5 AKs on the board for CSM. With the utility on the board right now, Gore's yet to actually buy anything. If you had to ask me, this looks like it's destined to go over towards this A site. That Molotov almost surely going to be used to clear to mid position, maybe. I mean, there it is. Molotov towards connector. Z, aggressing though. Caught in front of this. Losing out the first kill. It's untradeable on the CT side. That's exactly what CSM need to start off the round.
That it is. So the aggression that Z put together there in the early stages of the round, you mentioned untradeable. That is the problem. You got to be able to have somebody there to give you something. Base, though, pops out of window and gets away, so the untradeable becomes traded at least a little bit later on, about 15 seconds removed from the initial swing, and Base ain't done yet. Noogie on the flank. This is, absolutely stupendous from Yag.
From Osprey for you.
I mean, he was so far away from the head, I don't know what you're talking about.
It doesn't make
he wasn't even in the same damn zip code.
It doesn't make it any easier to control, though.
I mean, listen, just put it on burst and aim towards the head, and you're good.
Listen, every full auto weapon's fully accurate if you just out.
That's true. Good advice. We'll see if CSM can put to bed Arizona State off the back of it. A little damage, and what? That was 2. I think that was 2 shots straight through that smoke.
Ooh, aggressing. Sad's getting ahead of this post plant. One of these frags. It's a double swing from the CT side. Information on a second. Sad. It's doubled up, but it's the rotation back through middle. Stick. It's gonna be the full 10 seconds because he doesn't have the kit, and then wonder if it'll count for this. They'll rotate that kit back in to go for the stick, but Gore, he's made the rotation happen. It's time. It's been bought and needs to commit to the kill. He's got it under the diffuser. Sad just needs to be toyed with at this point, and he's got it. Gore, double frag, 1v2 to find themselves that 6th.
I mean, that is just basic Counter-Strike 101. That essentially comes straight out of the textbook. In Colorado School of Mines, Gore making the maneuvers. Arizona working a bonus, but we are into a pause, and you know they might have bonused, but Bert, look at this. Noogie and Base, they're sort of in the gutters when it comes to the purchase.
Not too hot, as you might say.
Yeah, no, certainly cooling off.
What I'm expecting here is probably, I mean, Base has already got the Deagle armor. Probably a scout from Z, considering he's pulling up the AWP. I imagine Sad might buy that for him. And we'll see Deagles for the rest. I think that's their best bet. I mean, we saw it work previously.
So to be clear, are you saying that this should be like a half buy?
Yeah, I think if you're Arizona State, making sure this doesn't get out of hand, is important. And there's two things to that: giving yourself the best shot at winning this round while not fully investing and ruining your buy schedule, I guess we'll call it. And the second way
most
of doing
people
that,
call that an economy.
Yeah, and the second way is to just damage control, right? And that's where the scout and the deagles come in. If you just have those people, tag teaming, you have the scout going for the tag, your deagle swing for the kill. It's not the best way to win a round. It can be really difficult to retake in situations like that, but it can guarantee you maybe a kill or two to make sure that this round that could be won by CSM isn't as impactful as it otherwise would be.
Valid strategy. I certainly would agree with your endeavors there.
Endeavors?
Your prescriptions.
My expeditions?
I mean, we're not really going on an expedition, but we're also not going on an endeavor, so I'll back up a little. But I agree with your prescriptions, that's for sure. It looks like we were paused for a little bit. Fortunately, things have gotten back underway here as the freeze time continues. And it looks like it's mostly the plan you were thinking about, minus the scout. So a little bit of pistol armor.
I'm surprised. Oh, it's because they opted for the utility. We definitely would have seen the scout if it wasn't for the utility. I'm curious as to how that's going to be used. Molotov towards the ramp, but I'm sensing a brush coming through.
Certainly looks like it. Little contact B setup. Listen, CSM does know that there's never a good time for a B rush, really. You always contact.
Well, yeah, in round number 19 though, you could rush.
I mean, you could.
It's bomb site. It's empty. In this situation, pushing through base. How is he not being? Okay, he's being burned. Just manages to have it fade before he goes down.
Slightly crispy.
You like toes for lunch?
Yeah, apparently. Base still alive here. Maybe working some salve into those third-degree burns. Space takes two more. Nearly another. That was impressive, to say the least. Did some additional damage that I don't think CSM were quite prepared for.
The fact that he got 3 of those kills and didn't get punished until he swung for a 4th is crazy to me.
Yeah, certainly a big win when it comes to the amount of money that
he's got 20 kills.
That's true. Yeah, in round 20.
Very observant.
He's got the op coming up here as well. That's an interesting investment considering how well Z's been doing with it. But
he's taking it the right position though. The Molotov will obstruct him. Smoke from his teammate to extinguish it, and a missed shot, a crucial one. An opening this Arizona State side would have liked to have, they did have for most of that last half, will be taken by Z instead, though swiftly traded. That AWP trying to work over the top. As I say that, it's actually sad, but Science could be one to connect.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too ambitious in my book, but nonetheless, the continuation. 4-on-3. Arizona State working from behind.
Noogie's pushing in through the apartments, though. He's looking for information. It's been found. There's nothing there to be found, and so he'll establish an off angle and give his teammates the rest of time to work with. As Gort takes one away with him, falling back, waiting for the regroup to come in. The bomb will likely be conceded, but you've got Noogie still in this back line from Catwalk, having impact, traded back out. It's a 2v2, and the bomb is yet to go down. Oh,
that's a great second kill there from I'm Dominant. Gort. Now able to do some damage, but Jarek swings wide and CSM have it. So the gun round goes their way, and that's the first step. Second step, and maybe third step as well.
Alright, how far through this triathlon are they?
What? I think we're still swimming.
We're still swimming? I don't know. I'm looking at 12-8. I'm looking at this eco situation for Arizona State, and all of a sudden I'm thinking that scoreline deficit that we saw at particular stages of that first half not as impactful anymore. I think Arizona State are going to start to feel this pressure, particularly if they lose this next gun round. That's really the key moment for them. If we fail to see at least a close round from them there, concerns will start to mount.
Absolutely. The point that I'm making here as well is that CSM, they're treading some water, you know? They're moving, and they're doing a lot of good work.
Still just staying afloat.
Yes, exactly. And, well, that is a nasty angle. Based is currently...
You don't clear those?
Based is currently tossing his mouse. It's like, dude, why is he there? That's what Base just said, I guarantee it.
I cleared those, Vincent.
You know, you're a better man than me.
Well, hopefully CSM is just as good. They'll put all their efforts towards the speed bomb. So we saw this execute before, but Based is no longer alive to take advantage of the smokes.
Noogie's trying to take the same position.
I wonder if it'll work. I think it's fallen back for the meantime. It's an empty bomb site once again. Though Ratty Play still available. Noogie. He's definitely just been told by Base to do that.
Yeah, and Base is like, dude, they'll never expect that again. Go out in the trash. Taking a page out of the Base book, and it's working wonderfully. Gore holding for the flank, though, making it look quite simple, and will be a couple of kills here gathered, but with just Noogie alive, really, what more can you ask for? Hey, that's a molly. A little bit of a tough answer. I thought that was a headshot. Looked pretty close to me, but Jarek will eventually get there. All the same, and it is 9-12, and, you know, I think we hop on the bike at a tied scoreline. What do you think?
When does the run begin, then?
We already did the run. They lost the run.
You start with swimming, Vincent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really don't know how triathlons work.
It's swim, bike, then run.
Okay, in my world, we were running, and now we're swimming, and then we bike. But, you know, fair enough.
Listen. Okay, we can go with that. All right.
I'm sorry, I just don't know how these work.
Ooh, mid push. It's decisive. It's found some impact, but it's been equalized the other direction. A 3v3, despite damage being done. Base will make sure that doesn't go uncapitalized. The op flick from Cyan will once again trade back 2v2 and 20 seconds in. And all attention poised towards mid.
That is a bit ridiculous, the speed with which this has come down to the wire. The swing, Gore will get that frag, but it is traded immediately. The bomb recovered, and Cyan, most important 1v1 of this game.
Oh, he's ahead of this. He knows exactly what's going on. He's going to be in position to do it. The question is, he's going to hear the footsteps to trigger this. The confirmation is important, and there it is. He's got the gaming chair. He just needs to pull the trigger.
Oh, they're going to pop out at the right time.
Okay.
Confirmation. Sad, certainly going to be a happy moment for them. It's 13-9.
That's their first gun round win, right?
It absolutely is, yeah. I mean, the first couple of rounds go their way. Pistol follow-up, and then it's been all CSM all the time.
Important note, despite the fact that Yak has died almost every single round, we're starting to see some better kills coming out from him. The rest of the players in School of Mines, they're pulling themselves together. We're starting to see some players fragging out. They're starting to win some more gunfights as well. We saw Lotus trades mid going their favor when they weren't necessarily doing so before. Arizona State, they're taking gunfights and they're not necessarily winning out. That's a determining point for how this series is going to go, and especially in the map pick of Arizona State, if they're starting to feel uncomfortable taking fights, this game definitely isn't over.
No doubt about it. And you know, the time ticking away. So I think our whole like triathlon strategy here is sort of cooked. Also, listen,
Okay.
you've seen me. How many triathlons do you think I've done?
All of them. I think you're good for an Ironman or two.
Okay, I appreciate your support. I would die.
Okay, fair enough.
So the point is, I don't know if we're doing a triathlon anymore, but CSM, they've been on the comeback trail. This round, I think, just is more important, right? If they can recover, all good. If they can't, well, I think we're going to see ASU just close this out and Based. This is the first shot, but we'll deliver on the second.
Z's really upset right now. He's calling in death chat. I thought you had my back, bro.
Sure, yeah.
I thought you had my back. That second shot though, well, it's a nice little apology letter.
My bad.
My bad.
I'll get him next time.
My bad, signed King.
Yeah. Yours truly, based. Here's the execute. You got the CT smoke. It's the standard fare. CT jungle stare. Here comes I'm Gore. Popping out. That's the bomb dropped. Has a chance for another, but doesn't quite adjust. Seemed unsure of who to take the shot at. And with that, there's a chance. His base finds a gap through the smoke. That'll give opportunity over to this retake.
Oh no. Okay. I thought for a second it was the act to go down, but he's been spotted. At least they know where he is because he is the bomb planet. The second op shot connects, and Nuki just able to seal the deal towards the end. Oh no. It's a 14th round for ASU, and that spells doom for the CSM side. All of a sudden, the incentive to buy, it's mandatory despite what the economy is here, at least if you want to win out before OT hits.
I mean, I think I could make an argument to save here, actually.
I mean, you could, but if you want to win out before OT hits.
Yeah, no, I sorry, the minus the before OT hits part of that. But
yeah.
Like, you know, for me, you're betting on yourself here. You're like, we've won a bunch of gun rounds. They've only won 2. Let's get a real gun round. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that could be a valid thought process at the very least.
I agree.
Of course, I'm also the guy that's always saying to save.
I mean, let's be honest. The real reason that round fell apart is, you know, for some reason CSM didn't know that in Silver 3 they teach put the gap on the juggle side of the juggle smoke.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is also unfortunate. That smoke is so tough to hit sometimes. Like, seriously.
I'll show you a lineup then, Vincent.
I know the lineup, and I still miss.
You're using the wrong lineup. I got you.
You're probably right on that one. Is it a jump by?
No.
No? Okay. Well, we'll get in the server later.
Yeah.
4v4. And Gore hit that nice shot with the scooter, but
Bates doesn't care how many people's alive.
Yeah, Base, he has an ump, and he's taking no prisoners.
Oh,
never mind.
He's been taken prisoner.
Yeah, he's the one taking prisoner. Goodbye to Based. Unfortunately, no op recovered, which would have been nice.
I think he's gonna go grab that right now, actually. But Noogie's in the meantime, he's dropped the bomb, and with the ability to disappear here, that's really unfortunate. CSM are gonna spend a lot of time bleeding out this clock trying to recover that bomb, and that's gonna give room for the rest of the CT side to activate, leaving Sign alone. 40 seconds left. 1v3, bomb down to prevent overtime.
No armor either.
Yeah. For the first, but information now revealed, and we still got Noogie in position where he was earlier.
At what point do you want to just die here?
I think right about now.
Yeah, I think you. I mean, you look for this second kill, but yeah, going down was really important. As weird as that sounds, didn't want to be stuck with just 2,700 in the pocket. Needed the full buy round here coming up. So, CSM, 6 in a row. That's what's required. They picked up 4 in a row at the outset of the gun round in this half, so they're gonna have to do that, but better.
Important note that there's no up and play this time. That's something that CSM are relying on, especially over towards mid, to find a lot of those trade frags. I wonder how much attention they're going to place there and how they're going to play the angles without that gun. Seems like it'll just be Yag over towards middle and response. A lot more attention over towards B, however.
Okay, I'm glad I didn't say anything. I was gonna say something about Z not getting the op, and Z has been really good on the op. But Base just picked up 2 kills with it. Glad I didn't go with that strategy.
Those are
very glad.
You love to see those. A flashbang swing through that con smoke. It's very standard. You can usually recognize good Mirage teams when they feel comfortable doing stuff like that. And, well, I think we're seeing one here tonight. I think they've got it. It's just Sion left standing, and as he goes down, it's straight into map number 2 as ASU pulled through Mirage 16-9. An excellent show on their map pick.
Yeah, and the delivery. I mean, you said it would have to be the trifecta. I want to go back to that thought process once again, and it was. I mean, consistently we were seeing Based, we were seeing Z, I mean, at the end of the day, we were seeing pretty much everybody, but, you know, the third player in that conversation kind of being whoever at the moment, really. whether it be Imgor, who had some big moments, Noogie as well, Sad had some heavy moments as the consistency for Arizona State really delivered.
Yeah, and it's really what pushed them over the line, despite the fact that there were certain rounds where it feels like they were being punished. It never strayed ASU from actually taking the gunfights on their own terms. It continued to do so, and that's what makes them really frustrating to play against. You feel like you've got them. You've trapped them into a corner, and they wrap their way out, and all of a sudden they just keep taking your food, man.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately a big delivery, and a 69 on their own map pick. Nuke coming up next, though. I don't think it's over for CSM.
No.
They have a real good chance of closing this out. Though granted, as we were talking about, the individuals, Arizona State, they seem a little bit hot. We'll see if it can be the difference maker, or if CSM will be delivering a third map. That's coming up next. We'll be back in just a moment. So as we discussed on the outset, Arizona State go out onto their own map pick of Mirage, and they show themselves to be a very strong team. 10-5 on the half, and then that, well, was turned into something a little bit more reasonable for Colorado School of Mines. They picked up 4 gun rounds in a row, and then it was all downhill from there. Birdie Box, we're headed into the Mines pick, and it is Nuke, a map that we both know, number one, CSM have played, enjoy playing, and are good at, and also know that Arizona State prefer to avoid. All of that culminating into what we have here. What does that tell you for this coming up map?
I mean, first of all, just touching back on Mirage, I think we saw very clearly as to why that was the pick of ASU. At the same time, though, I don't think we were too far away from seeing a Colorado School of Mines that could have performed well on it, or at least performed well than they did. There's just a few moments where I think taking different fights, using a little bit more utility, finding better timings, it would have made the difference. And to a map like Nuke, where they're comfortable, they play it, as you mentioned, this is the time for them to disrupt. But I think to convince me that CSM should take this series, this Nuke map needs to be relatively dominant for them. If ASU is just holding on the entire time, continuously, like pushing Colorado School of Mines to the brink, if you're struggling to pull over Nuke on your map pick after ASU pull off something like that on a puggier map heading into Inferno, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, and I think that kind of creates the questions that I'm starting to have. I walked into this series with a lot of faith in CSM, still have that to a certain degree, but I will say that Mirage map, that the dominance with which we were seeing ASU kind of take rounds, gave me a little bit of a pause. I was thinking, okay, what's going to happen here moving forward, and so especially for the fact that 69 doesn't look so bad, but it was just those 4 rounds on the back end of the map that really gave the difference for that score line to look a little bit more reasonable. And so I feel like there's a slight possibility that Arizona State could just kind of swing that momentum into a second map win, and we could be out if you're in 2. I don't think that'll happen, but that last map has given me that idea.
Yeah, and I guess I'll touch on the point that you started off Mirage with is, CSM started on that CT side, and now Arizona State will be looking to do the exact same thing. All of the benefits that come along with that, that could be something scary for CSM.
Yeah, I mean, that's a point that I always like to bring up if you're a Nuke team. It's like, you gotta be not just a good Nuke CT-sided team, you have to be good enough at the T side to be competitive so that you have a CT side on Nuke. Like, that's sort of the hard part, right? And when you're picking Nuke, you're always going to be starting on the T side. So there is that as we get into this Arizona State CT side as mentioned. And I'm just hoping that CSM are going to be able to deliver. That first map shook me a little bit.
Yeah, but you have to remember, we didn't get to see the pistol round last time around, so we'll get to see how CSM approach their not only CT side, but their CT side pistol round, and 2 players over towards red. This could be somewhat standard, but there's a lot of attention towards the lobby for CSM. This is standard, though. Keep it quiet. Don't let them know what you're doing, and then hit something in the last few moments. Tech9 spamming away. It looks like the intended target is A.
Yeah, a couple players stepping up here by door. There's going to be flash over the top. There's Gore throwing those, and that's going to be effective for a couple kills. Noogie didn't quite adjust for anything more as the swing comes out through heaven. Noogie and I'm Gore ready and waiting, but they've got 2 players just left, and they're both going to take fights. Noogie looks away at the wrong time, and it will be Gore to deliver a CSM pistol round.
It looked good. It looked dominant. It looked decisive. It's exactly what Colorado School of Mines looked to do. They wanted to hit that A site. They did it. Some of those fights looked a little bit awkward, but they come out on top, and that's going to be motivating for them. Listen, forget about Mirage. We're heading into a map pick. This is our terms. Let's make it happen.
Absolutely. Got to have that mindset, no matter what. And, I think that's something to be said about Jarek, the leader of this team, absolutely going to be talking to the squad about, hey, listen, that wasn't our map. This one is. We're going to deliver big time here. Let's see what they can do. This is, speaking of Jarek, a couple of kills working out in his direction.
Just, in a round like this, does it seem like we'll see much something else much more exciting than this. Keep your eye on Gore and Jarek for this series. They're really the two players that, when it comes to Nuke for the CSM side, they're really the ones that stand out. They've been consistently performing at a high level, and they always show up. And so, keep a close eye on them.
We'll be keeping an eye indeed. We can see what Gore and Jarek have on offer. Here's the buy round for they're buying up. Excuse me, as if it's the buy round. That's a little bit weird.
Yeah,
they upgraded their SMGs.
I suppose they're worried about some sort of investments for Arizona State. And to be honest, getting this third round is actually pretty important. Getting 3 on the board makes a lot of difference. You can just kind of let the gun rounds play out from that point forward. And so I can understand it, even though it might not look completely logical.
Well, I mean, the logic's certainly working for me with the outcomes that we're seeing here. Jarek picking up another 2 frags, and, you know, this is looking pretty simple, pretty easy. Base gone. It leaves Z the only one with an additional weapon. Got a little scary.
Yeah, Deagle spam, even in today's day where it's a 3-shot kill, it's just so terrifying every time.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so terrifying, because it's not that, like, I don't know what the actual, like, amount of time to kill is, but it's surely not.
It used to be very quick. It used to be like...
Yeah, but today, it's surely not that high.
Listen, when we go on the server later so I can show you a jungle smoke, maybe we can,
yeah, let's find out. Do some timings. Figure it out. For the people. Because that's what we're about. For the people. Something like that.
Awesome play.
Yeah, it is, and you know, I'm gonna say it, man. Base did great with this op.
You could say he's based.
Z was great with it though. I want a little bit more Z opping. With that said, it's gonna be Yag finding an entry out, and this is why Z needs an op.
This is also why the op can be bad sometimes. It's really difficult to have impact when it's just sitting in heaven waiting for the retake to come through. And all 3 players in the situation, that smoke will make the retake slightly easier, but they know exactly where you're coming from. That flashbang will make things even harder. Gone.
Yeah, Jarek delivering 2 kills, and I don't even know why Gore's still investing into this. It's gonna be Gore.
The option
putting him
dropped
to bed.
I don't think they noticed.
Yeah, I don't think they saw. Or I mean, it might not even dropped. It could have gotten forced back just a little bit further.
So, I actually don't know if you know this, so I'll mention this specifically for those watching as well. Usually when you kill people in Counter-Strike, the things that they drop tend to fly towards the people that killed them. So, the bomb gets dropped in the direction of the counter-terrorists that killed them. And it tends to be true for weapons as well. So, that's why I was thinking that, but I guess it could have gotten stuck in heaven.
Well, I was also thinking as well. That's certainly fair. But Jarek got both those kills really fast, and he continued to spray, so maybe it got a bullet.
Oh, it's true.
Either way, couldn't be found, wasn't known. Speculation is that, just speculation. Gore alongside Yag finding the 2 opening picks, and yeah, they had no idea, none whatsoever.
This AK might be worth holding on to. Sad's got some armor and utility as well to back it up. It might not be worth going for a round like that. It's gone. All right, never mind.
Oh, man. They come and they go so fast, don't they, Bird?
They do. They grow up so fast.
You know, your little deagle, it blossoms into an AK.
And then it dies.
Immediately
sadly, very sadly. It was quick.
This is not a good movie. I don't think.
I think Rotten Tomatoes would rate it pretty good.
Yeah. What do you give us? Like percentage?
Percentage?
Yeah. This is audience score.
Audience score? Oh, 100%. It's worth starring in the movie. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, true. Everyone loves this. There's
I don't think we're winning any Oscars. Let's be real. But like.
No. But it's one of those like you know. This is.
It's like an Adam Sandler comedy movie. You don't watch it because it's a good movie.
You know that movie, like that meme movie, Birds of Prey.
Oh, or like Birdie Box.
No.
Sorry, Bird Box. Sorry.
No. Birds of Prey. It's like a cult classic because of how bad it is. That's what it would be.
Dude, we could totally make like a Monty Python.
Yeah. See, I'm on. I mean, you already are seeing things like ghost
Yeah.
things on Discord.
Yeah, I see dead people.
All I can think of are song lyrics.
All right, listen, we're 5 rounds in. Colorado School of Mines, they've got every single round. If this happens right now, they're happy. They're more than happy.
They're loving it, dude. They've got to be. And you know what? 5 rounds? I'm not saying you would be okay with this, but like, Seaside, I mean, I'd be okay with 5 rounds most of the time.
Yeah, most, depending on the team, I guess.
Right, yeah, exactly. But like, going into a a good CT side, I'm not saying it's bad. And anything beyond this is, I mean, if you think about it as a bonus, you're like, you went very well. This is a very nice AK, by the way. Well themed.
Oh, I would agree. I do appreciate though. CSM, they're just kind of sitting back. They've had a lot of rounds where they've been very explosive, decisive, but getting into bomb sites. Now they're sitting back and they're just letting this ASU side just, deplete everything they've got in the back pocket. They've gotten aggressive as well over towards ramp. Base getting a kill outside as well. Those 2 frags for the CT side is a luxury as they extend it to a third. And Gore, he was ready to set up the rest of his team, and now that they're all dead, he has to go pick up the pieces.
Yeah, Jarek probably should have had that frag, if I'm being really honest. Set up brilliantly for it, just couldn't quite deliver.
30 seconds. Might save.
Probably should save. Cyan continuing to miss shots. Will eventually get there. I mean, ironically, hits the hardest shot of them all. As we'll have to go for the reload, adjust back to an AK. It's a Gore headshot to lead the way down into the B site. And suddenly CSM, this is rather winnable, but based. Here to stop this from happening, a 3K for the AWP.
There's so many doors on this map, Vincent, and they're all transparent. You can see stuff on the other side. I wish we could go on them.
A wise man once said, when one door closes, another door opens.
So if I open the squeaky door,
then double door opens.
Wait, but you just said if I what? So if I open one door, another one opens?
It's something like that. It's the details are a little confusing.
The programmers got it wrong.
Yeah, they made a mistake. Either way, something like that. I'm close. Either way, the first round is here, Arizona State. So that's certainly.
I forget about this Molly.
What is that Molly?
Molly's top.
through the wall.
Molly's Mustang, I think.
Oh, it does. You're right. It's too bad nobody was there, but they have had like multiple players Mustang before, so it was a good idea, and ultimately won't be super effective this round.
Honestly, just that Molotov alone, like that's not something you see often anymore. That alone gives you an idea of the depth of the CSM side, of how comfortable they feel. That's not something you set up and execute unless you got something discussed. You know what I mean? It's very rare that like you're walking into a bomb site and someone will just say, "I'm gonna molly Mustang." Like what? No, it's not like the B bomb site on an Inferno where you just like litter the bomb site with utility. Usually you've designated people for entries and that sort of stuff. But that's a very clean round for CSM. And to put it under their 6, they've now bullied the economy of ASU. They got money to buy, but it's back down to proving their worth.
And remember, I was saying like at the outset of this map, I was like, I'm feeling a little bit iffy on whether or not CSM are going to be able to deliver here. And
how you feeling now?
I mean, they've really impressed me. They've stepped up big time, and I gotta say that gives a lot of confidence back, at least in my mind.
So I'll go ahead and remind you of what the score lines looked like on Nuke for both the other series that CSM played on screen. It was 16-9, and then I believe it was 16-8.
Yeah. So I mean, to me, that's. I mean, I know I talked about how 69 for the Mirage game was somewhat close, but I mean, that consistency is very impressive.
Base has been missing a lot of those like weird a lot of the close shots. He's been good at getting flicks. He's been good at getting the stationary targets, but those really tiny flicks, he's been missing a lot of them, which is slightly concerning, considering that's a lot of what outside is.
I mean, again, well, I'll get back to that. Hold on a second. Gore's delivered 2 quick frags here. To really, that's a bit rough. Swinging right in, and Cyan's gonna get 2 more. This suddenly,
he's gotta go.
Oh, unfortunate. That was so close. Mace will have to run away. So, that's kind of what I've been alluding to when I've been talking about like based in the fact that Z hasn't been hopping, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Z was great at those shots on Mirage.
Mhm.
And Base did very well. It's nothing about like how they performed on Mirage, but I feel like those are the shots that you miss when you're just not a normal operator.
Yeah, so I know when I used to op, that was something I really struggled with because depending on your sensitivity, Gore might be walking to his death here. This is a nasty angle from base. No one will ever look at this.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's gone. But depending on your sensitivity, if you have a really high sensitivity, your wrist can handle like really insane flicks. And obviously, if you're just like holding a pixel angle, that's all reaction time. You know what I mean? But the small flicks become really scary because you're dealing with like movements of like your pinky almost that like you're flicking with, and it gets really tricky to kind of hit those shots. So I wonder what base is working with on that regard. But he'll get to hold on to it either way.
Yeah, indeed. And you know, all of that speculation is really not personal. It's just, you know, observation.
It's just the way it is sometimes.
It is true. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you're hitting the flicks and you can't hit the easy ones. The old Draken effect, if I'm not mistaken.
There you go.
And there's Base. I mean, see, those are the shots that Base has been incredibly good at delivering consistently, and that's
no flick, just swing. Oh, okay, I'm Gore. That's exactly how you follow it up. You predict the response, you rotate in, you get the frags. Jericho. Oh, that's outrageous. That just bounced off the craziest topography I've ever seen. Yeah, literally a single polygon there that's been connected with it. He's pulled 3 frags together out of this. 2 more to go. He split the counter-terrorists as well. If he went back towards the safe side, it would actually end up being empty.
Yeah, but time is on his side as well.
Where is Sad right now? He's in heaven. Okay,
yeah.
He's in heaven.
Just hanging out. This is a good position from Sad, I feel. Difficult to move anyone out of that spot, and also you can kind of keep an eye on the A site.
Well, going through many, he might have just double duped himself. Having not cleared out heaven, it means that he'd be walking right into a gunfight the Sad will be expecting, or at least he'll be a quick rotation once he does try to put that bomb down. He's got a Molotov in hand, might be worth trying to isolate that angle. 20 seconds left to do it.
Surely the Molly goes towards heaven if he's going to use it.
Oh, he's gone.
Dead man. Oh, and he turns away at the wrong moment. It'll be around. Picking up there for Arizona State. It's good patience, I think, for both Sad and Based. Just hanging out. Don't get overzealous. Don't overswing. Just wait for the bomb plant and then go from there. A lot of teams you'll see just kind of get a little too jittery, you know? We'll try to find some information. We'll try to find a gunfight earlier on. No need.
Yeah, Based finally opening in the way he did. I think Based knows the way he likes to op.
Clearly.
He doesn't. Usually the situations where he misses is usually kind of the late round situations, or it's like situations that are forced upon him. You know what I mean? If he's taking a fight, it's usually like I'm swinging for this angle kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, like this angle, for example. This is precisely the type of angle he would be looking for.
Molotov, that's not going to extend to him. I'm Donut's going to have no clue what's going on. Did he just pop off a shot? I didn't hear it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I'm Donut was far enough forward. Here's that fast A execute we've seen a couple of times.
The Mustang Molly didn't hit either.
Yeah, no, I was just about to mention that. We didn't see it.
We don't know where he is.
Is the player actually there? Is he? No, I'm Gore. Yeah, no, it's Noogie who's just dropped down. I don't understand why Noogie didn't fire for so long. Maybe he was blind that whole time. That seems crazy.
He dropped, so there's a Molotov pot which got extinguished, and then he jumped into the smoke.
Ah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. I missed that. Either way,
that might be why the Mustang Molly didn't burn. Oh,
it's a fantastic Arizona State round, regardless of how you slice it.
If we saw more of those earlier on, we would probably see the half go their favor, at least a guaranteed fashion. Not guaranteed the time being. There's still 5 more rounds left to go, and well, let's be honest, this is an awkward buy round at best for Colorado School of Mines. I've done it's got an AK. The rest of these players got pistols. They're just trying to survive long enough to buy into the next, and they'll be fighting Based outside on his own terms.
And he hits not only just one, but gets a second tag through that smoke on the I'm Donut. Fantastic look, and he's gone back for more once to take these fights. Gonna be dangerous.
Oh, no.
A missed shot. Moved a little bit too early there. Thought he had it. Didn't quite get there. Yag. Popping her out of the corner. I'm gonna get that.
Wait. 2 rifles outside. These are recoverable. Is he in a position he's poised for a gunfight, but if he doesn't come out on top, all of a sudden, CSM, it's a clawed back round. Oh, spotted. Contact from the secret player as well.
Yag has the op as well.
Isolated. Missed shot, though. It's been capitalized upon. Up, down. Out of play once again, but it's down to this lobby player now looking to sneak out towards that squeaky door. Poised for contact. It's back up towards A. Distracted. Nugi finds both frags. And it's a scary situation to have been diffused. For a moment, though, CSM, it looked like it was possible.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to that shot from Yag, really.
Yeah.
That's the critical moment. If Yag wins that fight, it's essentially a 1 round from CSM. But, you know, not to put too much pressure on Yag. Already picked up 2 kills with the Deagle in that round. Had to be the one to deliver more. Sometimes you just can't do it.
I got my 2.
Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously that's not a great mentality, generally speaking.
Yeah.
But there's some truth to it there.
Yeah. What do you mean? I got my 5. Where's your 5? Ooh, based. That's an angle you don't usually see operators take, and it's a good one to fall back from. Difficult to punish, at least not without extending into the crosshairs of Sad, who's lurking around the smoke as well. And CSM, not really been good at getting these opening duels recently. His Gore's punished as well. On the back foot for sure.
Thus far, a fantastic clawback from Arizona State. Consistently able to deliver these moments, and with another player, that's Sad, getting away. And I'm Gore finding Jarek. This is
maybe a save. If Donut doesn't find this frag, the stop from Sion might be worth hanging on to. How does he even connect anything there? That's outrageous.
Unfortunately, it's a bit of a crossfire, and Nugi will take that. Z doesn't give Sion any sort of chance to save. So, no save to be had, and a 5th round on the cards. Arizona right there on the cusp of starting to make this a very even half, despite, I mean, what was the scoreline? Was it 6-0, 7-0?
It was 7-2?
Something like that.
I think it was 7-2 at one point.
Struggling to remember the exact scoreline either way.
Oh.
A fantastic shot from CSM is really turned on its head at this point. Especially as they got to go for another save. Straight through the door, and the fire is going to take out Sad. Z helping out. And this is just another round that is falling by the wayside. Not a lot to talk about other than dominance. As Base gets a no-scope.
Vincent, while jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams, I'm quite sure incendiary grenades still does melt human flesh, and so eco rounds very difficult to work with on nuke when you're trying to rush into them.
Yeah, very, very difficult. I mean, nuke eco rounds are just it's a crapshoot.
It's why we've seen CSM just kind of get them over with every single time. Just, all right, let's just go. Let's just come on. Let's get a run out towards A, whatever. We'll get a kill, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, unless you have like a few deagles and some utility, like
we've seen like situations like a scout into play, and all of a sudden that's different. But
I love this from Z. Aggression. He is certainly different. Jarek, goodbye, my friend. It'll be the next round before we see you again.
You don't know that. You might never come back.
I thought you were gonna pull me like say you could get rezzed or something.
Oh. I mean, listen. Also possible. You never know.
You never know when there's a mercy coming around the corner.
No, you never know when someone decides to change the server rules.
Oh, I mean, I guess
I don't know where Gore's found that frag. Was it a?
Oh,
it was in hot.
Yeah, went for more. A little bit ambitious from Z. I think you could agree.
I don't know who pushed first is the problem. I can't confirm or deny anything.
I mean, Z stuck around after having an opening pick. I think that's
I think it's a good angle to hold, I think. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Regardless, it's out towards A. There's 2 players hanging out on the lower bomb side of smoke to keep them alive, but, well, that's out of the equation. 3 players drop in the blink of an eye. Well, Imgor was that ramp player. He's hanging around. He'll find the dead body of Jarek, but we'll yet to find a ways back into this retake.
looks like he might go for it because look at all the cash. They got everything due Arizona
Yeah, next
State.
round's last round, he should.
So, I mean, just taking a few guns out of the hands, padding the stats a little bit, but nothing gathered off the back of that. And indeed, we're heading into the final round. If this ends 8-7, I mean, talk about a great resurgency from Arizona State. I mean, even 9-6, I don't think they should be too unhappy about, though I think that would be a little less impressive.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I always joke about how the T side of Nuke is, like, really strong, but let's be realistic. Every single time that we see Nuke happen, it's never the third map in a series. It's always the map, it's always that the person who picked Nuke is starting on the T side, and therefore they feel more comfortable and end up getting more rounds. That's usually the reality of it. This isn't necessarily unexpected, but it is something to be worried about if you're Arizona State. There's a lot of ground to be made up for, and there's still more yet to be lost.
Precisely. I think that's a great way to say it. And there's that flick. We've been talking about the strengths and weaknesses that base has. That's one of those strengths. Consistently able to connect those shots and even blinded a little bit, partially blind there at the end. Jarek, there's the one, but Z again aggressive and gets away with it. Here's a 3-on-3. Oh, and what a timing for Gore to move away. That's unfortunate, as Z will take advantage.
Gore's working his way out through the back lines. Hey, that's another nice connection from him. He's starting to look a lot more warm on the AWP. The fact that, by the way, we've got 2 players in the server with Gore in their name is ridiculous.
It really is. On base, gonna close out a 3K there. And indeed, you're right. That round looking incredibly strong on that AWP. One away from the leaderboards. Or at least leading the leaderboards. Maybe that's a better way to put it.
He's not even on it. No, one away from the leaderboards.
Yeah. You know, he's close to getting in that top 5 of his 5 teammates.
Yeah.
He'll get there.
I strive to be there sometimes.
You know, I occasionally jump on there. Just a choice for me, though. I'm humble.
All right, listen, CSM, Mirage, they won that CT pistol. That's the one we didn't get to see, right?
Yep.
I guess let's see how they like to play it. Nuke, we've seen it twice here on this broadcast specifically. Don't quite remember it specifically. I'm Gore, though. Dangerous waters, rough ones at the very least, as Gore catches off the drop, but it's the swing from door to actually clear open the bomb side as that remaining player in the back also taken out of commission. Swing from heaven will make things a lot easier, and based in a 1v3 situation, there's a lot left to be counting on this one.
Yeah, and the bomb is down, not able to be recovered just yet. It's very exposed outside here. That's, I think, the biggest issue is how exposed that is.
And the fact that they know where it is really the biggest problem. If it was just outside, that's one thing, but the fact that they've got 2 players on it, a third ready to swing,
yeah, it's not great. And obviously base knows that time is going to become an issue. Can't take forever to clear all of these angles, so just tries to pick up the pace, surprise the opposition, but that not so successful a strategy. CSM, this round is theirs.
That's good. For a moment, the A bomb site seemed like it was going to fall. The trades came through. The swing from, I believe it was Cyan and towards Heaven. It found the right kill when it was needed most realistically. And the bomb being dropped outside doesn't help, let's be honest. But
no, that was really the kicker, the closer, if you will. Regardless, Arizona State going to be hopping into a save round. That nade should do a lot of damage. Let's,
where's the second?
Things you like to see for 300, Alex.
Only 300? Come on, you can do more than that.
No. I mean, listen, you like to see nades, but, you know, like a Kobe would be better. That's like more like the 500.
Fine, alright. Oh, alright.
Alrighty.
Oh, good position for the MP9 to farm, though. Backing away as it reloads, based. Oh, not gonna get on top that time around. The auto shotgun also gonna chip in for one. Exactly what we were looking for. Ooh. Deagle's looking strong tonight.
Certainly is. Arizona State, I mean, showcasing some of that individual prowess that we've been talking about. I mean, the whole discussion tonight has been up to is it going to be the team play of CSM, or is it going to be the individualism of Arizona State? And I mean, we've seen a lot of good team play from Arizona State as well. I think it's probably unfair to characterize them as just individualized, but
It's
they
usually
certainly
what we see shine. Realistically, it's when the individuals are popping off. That you've got one person finding a multi-frag that draws them back into it. That's what stands out from the ASU side, as opposed to CSM, where we're looking more towards kind of how they coordinate, how they bring things together, the overall picture kind of on the CT
Precisely.
side. Yeah.
We're going to see a bonus round here for CSM. They're looking into a couple MP9s, and of course the auto shotty being kept, which
Where was that
is top hut, I would imagine.
Okay.
Or I mean, you could play
It's
it on
ramp.
ramp, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, both valid. A little bit harder to play on ramp, though. Here's those outside smokes that we tend to see. Got the more... I don't even know what to call this. The more leftmost smokes?
There's always names for it. I feel like every time I see them, someone calls them something different, so I just I tend not to memorize any of them. But what was weird for me is the mini player dropped his own smoke to kind of... I don't know what purpose that served, but I'm curious to find out.
Maybe just trying for a little bit of protection. Who knows? Either way, that's a great shot. I'm Donut really had a good opportunity there. Couldn't quite deliver. That was one of the rifles as well. Sad taking some damage, but this is why Gore is so good. Picking up not only one with the auto shotty, but grabbing the AK and getting away with it as well.
Signs of the back lines already. Look, Yag's done the work of distracting, and all of a sudden as this post plant starts to move into position, Base is going to try to get ahead of things, but he ends up going down in the process, and this is where Science set to activate. There it is. Into the back lines. It's 4 players left standing. Here's ASU. The bomb down is one thing, but I don't think CSM cares.
No, I mean, it really doesn't matter in the long term. I mean, it does matter, but it doesn't matter in that you have 3 players collecting AKs for CSM. They win the bonus round, and winning that bonus round, it's such a boon to the economy, particularly when CSM are surviving with 4 players.
I just thought of something. What if Colorado School of Mines mentality is, listen, we let them put the bomb down so that when they buy them AKs in the next round, we can take them.
Ooh.
No, realistically, no one's thinking that, but if you're playing like 7D Counter-Strike chess,
I want to play that
smoke.
game. 7D Counter-Strike chess? That sounds like a fun game.
Yeah, that missed smoke towards Mini, that really, if it wasn't already made worse by the fact that their entries died, it doesn't make it much better. It draws attention of, whoever throws that smoke is just making the call. Mini smoke missed. Immediately, everyone's looking towards Mini to see who's swinging, and that round is over.
You know what's tragic? Jarek stole the Acer hit from I'm Donut. Tragedy.
We'll have to remember that if they get the interview.
True. Yeah.
I'll leave that to you.
Why did you steal the?
Why was this done?
Can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done this.
Alrighty, Arizona State, sort of must-win round, I'd say. Based going for an incredibly aggressive maneuver towards the door.
It doesn't have that many bolts to work with anymore. New update and all.
Yeah, it's true. Still the same amount of reserves though.
Yeah, just you got to put a little more effort into actually doing it.
Yep. Either way, all of that spamming not really coming to anything at all from the door play. Based will end up pulling back just a little bit.
Ooh, that's information on the swing. Oh, awkward timing. It grants him that frag. And that's an outside lurker. They're really relying on the pinch towards Zay site being taken out of commission. And now ASU left wondering what the remaining options are. It might be a lean towards ramp if I had to place my bets.
Seems likely, though, that looking more and more likely at the moment. The bomb's just been collected, and that's in towards the lobby. 2 players already here at the ramp position. Oh, and this one player outside is about to die. Science, great patience. This has been an adjustment. Back away from the ramp and up and over. Jarek moving and grooving as he's finding time to work for 2 frags there in Mustang. It's a great job from Cyan. Ultimately, 3 kills. And it's not even just like easy frags. It was just great timing and good patience.
I'm still laughing at what you said outside there with that player. He's about to die. Not they're not gonna make contact or walk in. He's gonna die. He's dead.
He was. Yeah, I knew. As soon as Side just Side
He's a good operator. He's really good at holding those like really tight angles. It's something that I respect him a lot for. It's what made their Anubis incredibly dangerous to play against, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much fun to watch like flashy offers, but oh, Imgur, how many times is he going to get this deagle shot outside? It's so consistent.
Take the rifles from them. They don't need it.
No, base as well. Picking up one, a little bit of a tough secondary spray there. The Sad going down as well. So I'm Donut, who's adjusted
on A.
outside. And oh, you're right. It's too bad Jurek is a little bit too prepared.
Oh, I'm Donut's not going to be fighting that anymore. Took the hit, decided, all right, there you go.
Just
Holding the angle instead, yeah.
Yeah, 3 kills from I'm Donut. Has been quietly stepping up here in the last 5
Oh, they've
rounds.
got so much money to run.
So
7 to 14. Vincent, let's talk win conditions here for Arizona State. What needs to change for them? Because Colorado School of Mines, if they continue this track, this is the third map. It seems very clear at that point.
100%.
What's different?
Well, I think realistically, they got to stop taking these outside fights. Like, where are we going to see? We need to be seeing those consistent smokes come through. We talked about the wall of smokes, and, you know, it looks like that's going to come through this time. But it's not been something that we've consistently seen, and I think at least feigning this outside position is necessary, even if they're going to commit.
Not only is it the 3 smokes, but we also just saw a couple Molotovs being lined out outside of a result. I think that CSM now have the information they need to rotate down. They have. You've got Gore and Yag in position. You've got the still a ramp player looking around the CT side to be able to punish that lurker, which tends to come through. So they're well prepared to defend this bomb site.
Yeah, Gore certainly into position. Yeah, gonna take that first fight. It is just a trade, but Gore's position now given away. But Jarek sliding in, finds Based. In the meantime, and gonna be dropping down the 2-on-4.
Collapses as Science swings back through as well. Z in position to try to double up. The spray a little bit awkward for him, done it, but he finally follows through. It's map point for CSM at a lot earlier of a scoreline than I think I was expecting, but it's lining up with what we were seeing before. 16 to 8. This definitely seems like it's possible again. Or 69, you know. Or maybe we see the triple, the 69, 68, 67.
What was the half? Was it 8-7?
It was 8-7.
Yeah, so this has been a flawless half for CSM.
There you go.
I mean, that's simply incredible. I mean, and that just goes to show the principle you were talking about like, you know, the CT side and everything. Really very true here. A great T side, but even better CT side.
And great T sides are made by great teams.
That also true.
Opening kill. Oh, kills. Plural. And on opposite sides of the map, too, that's going to make the rotation for CSM that much more difficult. This base continues to follow through on that promise. 2 players left standing on this CT side, and they've got information on one. Trapped in, but Jarek, not as much so. He'll look to try to release his teammate from his sorrows in the bomb in the process as well. And a smoke to obscure the situation. Gore just needs to be given a room to work with, and he's moved down towards B. He's getting ahead of this.
Oh, and he's, I think, going to rotate all the way back up towards Secret. Jarek just pops out, puts the smoke into position. Now, of course, his spot given away, and oh no, just makes an additional step. I'm Gore delivering that shot. Oh, but the bomb dropped once again, and Gore could immediately adjust. Smoke going out on this timing.
There's no way. Oh. The mind games. It's insane. Both looking around each other.
But he's gonna think this is B. How else?
He has no reason to think. Yeah, he has no reason to think otherwise.
Yeah. And because of the positioning and everything, he's probably gonna walk out on the site.
The decon door was never opened though. Oh, the fact that no one is calling this on the side of CSM, that's what's really concerning right now. Neither of these doors on B were ever opened, and that's it. He knows it's over.
Oh, yeah. That's tough. Really, really great mind games from base, essentially winning that round without having to take the fight. You're trying to take this fight for no reason, but
Listen, sometimes you gotta take the gamble, you know? When you've got as much money as CSM do right now, you don't really care.
yes, that's fair. Great work though from base. I mean that is a big brain play.
Yeah, you can lean on him to do stuff like that. Just don't rely on him to do it, I guess.
I mean,
'Cause
to be fair,
can't-
base has been reliable to do those types of things pretty.
reliable, but I mean in the sense of don't expect him to be the one to win you the game as a result. You've got to be backing him up. You got to make sure you put him in situations that are favorable as well. Don't just leave him in the clutch every round.
Well, okay, yeah, I mean that's totally fair, but I mean you apply that to just about every player.
What do you mean? If I leave you in the clutch, you'll make it work every time.
That's true. I do deliver. I am big game moment.
Hmm.
Let's see what the AWP has to offer here, Cyan. Already lacking any additional utility, but this has been kind of the problem. These smokes have been very inconsistent.
You say these smokes, but at this point, I'm not sure they're trying to throw the same ones.
I mean, no, they're not here, but like, I don't
I
know
know.
where that second smoke, like,
Yeah, it's gone. It's nowhere to be found. I'm not even sure where he got that frag from.
I don't know either,
It was
actually.
onto the marshmallow. It was a secret to the marshmallow player.
Okay, well, a little bit of an adjustment certainly is. Cyan, he's certainly going to get this frag.
Yeah, every day of the week.
You know, we talked about how good he's been at this. This is a good adjustment. The player over the top, but based sort of read like a book as Gore pops out.
Seems like it's all starting to fall apart. Vincent, I'm smelling map number 3. It looks to be Inferno, and it's 16-8 once again to take us there. Nuke's looking pretty good for this CSM side.
That they are. I mean, you mentioned once again 16-8 before on this map, 69 prior to that, another 16-8 to 9. Like, CSM deliver on this map every single time. And just talking about like who was delivering for this team, it was everybody kind of stepping up. And you know, again, not to say that we called this one, but I think that the conversation about two sides of the coin, right? Arizona State and their individual fragging power,
Right.
and who's showing up. Are they showing up versus the consistency of the team play and the consistent delivery there for CSM? That's exactly what we saw.
And what's funny enough, like, if we want to continue the train of thought too, Inferno's really the perfect map to kind of end the series out, because I would say it's the perfect way to mesh these two styles. You can have that tactical approach of, you know, I'm going to probe for map control here, I'm going to execute to the bomb site with this sort of lurk play, I'm going to bait you out. Inferno can be kind of this moving of chess pieces, as opposed to Mirage, where it's a lot more upfront of, I'm going to take this 1v1, I'm going to win it, I'm going to walk into the bomb site as a result, and I'm going to win the round.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see exactly how that comes to fruition. We're going to head to a short break. Inferno coming up, our final map of the series and of the day. It's sure to be a good one. We'll see you in a minute. So it's time to determine who of CSM or ASU will be headed on into the victory. Map 3 coming up next, Inferno. Remember, both of these teams coming in undefeated. The one team that loses out, it's important because, well, the number 1 seed goes straight into the playoffs. Number 2 and number 3, they got to fight it out for the LCQ spots. That is rough, and I know you know from experience, Birdie, it ain't fun being the LCQ.
No, absolutely not. It's absolutely grueling. It's mentally draining. It's very, there's so many things with the LCQ that just make, you don't want to be there. You don't want to be there. It's like it's going straight into the Hunger Games. You don't know what kind of sponsors you got. You know, you feel like you got allies, and then they stab you in the back. You know, it's a bunch of bad stuff, man. But Inferno. That's not the LCQ. We got Inferno. We still got this third map of this series before we get to there. And both these teams have a chance to avoid all of that hot mess. And so, tell me, Vincent, both these teams, what do they got to do to avoid the Hunger Games?
Well, I mean, they got to win 16 rounds on one of the most fun maps for a decider that there is. And I think you actually, I want to bring it back to something you mentioned because I thought it was really interesting. We've been setting up this whole differential between these two teams. Arizona State, they got heavy hitters, they've got big froggers, they have the players that you expect, you know, your simples type of player that are delivering on a flashy and incredible basis, right? Based has been one of those guys, Z has been one of those guys. Everybody at times has stepped up. On the other side of things, you have CSM. They're not particularly flashy, you know, they just deliver when they need to, and they do it on a consistent basis. Their in-game leader, Jarek, has been calling a good game, and they are regularly able to outmaneuver their opponents from a tactical standpoint. Two very different ideas of how to play the game, two very valid ideas, all on Inferno, and you can play both of those ideas very effectively here.
You can, and the good thing about it is both of those complement each other perfectly. When I used to coach Counter-Strike, I like to think that there was there were styles to the game, and if you ever had styles that were identical, like if both teams liked playing really tactical, it was a boring game. If both teams liked playing really aggressive, it was going to be a boring game. But if you had those opposing kind of mentalities, it was always going to be a good time. But we've got this knife round to determine who's going to start where. I kind of want to see a Carl School of Mine start on that CT side. I don't know. Part of me wants to see how they deal with how they apply their tactics to the full aggression of the Arizona side.
Yeah, I think that could be interesting. Also, would be
we might just
CSM are going to start on the CT side. Yeah, so I tend to agree with that, and I also think that the CT side kind of makes sense. We've seen CSM and what they have to offer back on Mirage CT side. Now it's a little bit different. They've had the chance to kind of solidify themselves, and I think that this should be good for CSM. That's kind of what I'm thinking. If they are going to start out well, it will be here on the CT side. But I think that can also apply to ASU because, like we said, they like to get aggressive, and especially early on, aggression can be very hard to deal with for the CTs.
Yeah, on all fronts. Oh, this is interesting. None of the Arizona State players are actually going for anything towards, I guess, off of spawn. These people looking for towards banana. They could have pushed down for all they know, but nope, not necessarily. No contact though from the CSM side either. They're just kind of sitting back at the bomb site. This could be a very deadly crossfire if they walk into it.
Yeah, 3 players here. Be a good look, and they're not showing face at all initially. There goes those shots, and Jarek gonna take one. Jarek another delivery as he's gonna have to reload. Stays alive for the time being, but Jarek, there's the third. Oh my goodness, Imgor will be able to at least pick up one more. Based now alone in a 1-on-3. He's picked up the first and dinks up the second player coming from the flank.
At least gone. He's out. I'm not dealing with this. Yeah, we'll finish it up there. I don't know why it's so funny to me. I'm out. See you.
He literally did yeet his way off of that site.
I imagine his idea was, listen, I can't help from banana here at this point. I'm vulnerable. I'm going to try to get around towards CT. My teammate can hopefully buy me some time or something, but it's just the time. I'm out. No, you got this.
Yeah, certainly a little bit funny. Either way, CSM take the round, and it's off the back of Jarek really delivering.
Yeah, and honestly, having 3 players on the bomb site there really worked. The fact that they could let that new box player just sit there and reveal himself at a later date, it works great. It's exactly the trap that Arizona State fall into. Yet to lose a pistol this series.
Cue up Admiral Akbar.
Oh yeah.
It's a trap.
How did he die again?
Admiral Akbar?
Yeah.
He didn't die.
He didn't? Never?
I mean, I'm sure he did. I don't know what the long the canon story is
I'm googling this. Take over.
Okay, all right. With that said, an easy second round for CSM, and you know, considering they invested 4 MP9s into that, gotta say a really solid round to pick up. Of course, that does leave them potentially vulnerable into this next round with the 8 case coming out. Arizona State didn't go for the force buy. Of course, they didn't have a bomb plan either. So, sort of expectation and reality met as we head into this one.
Dude, I found paragraphs to paragraphs. I don't have the
time. You clearly didn't understand how deep the Star Wars lore was going to go.
Way out of my depth. Because I ran into, I didn't find like the wiki page. I just found a bunch of articles, and you know what it's like. It's like when you find like a cooking recipe where it's like, oh, like I made this because back when I was a kid, my mother. No, it's not.
You bit off more than you can chew. We'll find out. We'll let you know later. Anyway, back to the video gaming. It's going to be CSM playing defense here on the A side, and that's actually great from Gore, picking up that frag, but unfortunately, Z able to find a double to re-enter this site, 3-on-3.
Retakes like this, difficult to justify, but they've already got Cyan in a good position here. Cleared out a few angles. They know they can isolate one towards pit. The utility here is extremely meaningful. 2 smokes, isolate angles, and nade to deal some damage on top of that first kill with the AK. Dealing some damage. It distracts as well. Donut to swing through. And MP9 to the bomb site now. Donut needs to follow through. Need to find that third as well. Oh, down to 14 HP. He's got to isolate this. And he's got the kit as well. But Z, he's once again delivered for the round to follow through. And he got the first 2 entries as well.
I have the answer. Don't worry.
Oh, you got me? All right, what is it?
Yeah. According to the wiki page, died of old age. So yeah.
oh man. All right.
What?
Just like
Why
I don't
is
know.
that so
I don't
funny?
know. I was expecting like a died a horrific death in some like plain act. No,
Sorry.
He just got old.
I told you he's fine. Yeah, just died of old age.
Legend.
Yeah, old man. Arizona State, though, picking up the round. Back to the more important video games at hand. I'm Donut.
That was ambitious.
I was thinking that. Based, probably want to go back to the drawing board on that one. Maybe he was expecting a flash. Kind of seemed like he might have.
I think one popped to the left, but that's not going to blind anyone on the corner.
That's a good point. Yeah. So it was really his teammates' fault.
Always blame your teammates.
Yep. That's what you do to me, and it works pretty well.
Yep. Ooh. Get out of there before things get dangerous, Jarek.
Just popping back, a little hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, that little tap of I acknowledge your presence, but I refuse to do anything about it.
5-on-4 still, and ASU gonna have to work things back. Oh, this reaggression is gonna be caught though. Goodbye to Gore, but Cyan. That is very nice. Okay, is that long range?
Pretty long range. I don't know, slight disconnect from yet. Was he alive?
Oh, he was alive, I think. Yes, he was. That was the man advantage. That's tough.
No. Point being though, okay, your teammate just died from the apartments. You killed him in towards Arch. That's a lot of information for CFSM to assume that there's probably an intention to hit this A site. Maneuvering around. I don't know how Cyan got away for as long as he did there, but eventually he goes down. But that was all a ruse to keep Jarek alive, and well, that was all for naught because Donut's hiding alone on the other side of the bomb site to save this M4. This
is a tough loss for CSM. They really should have had this win. Losing out on that one player. I mean, I think it's not unreasonable to say that really probably had a bit of an effect on the other 2 players on the side as well.
They would have gone for this retake maybe at least.
Almost
if
certainly.
Jack was alive.
Yeah, definitely. And even that, I mean, I feel like a lot of times it's just a big disruption, and you could probably say that didn't quite play up to the best. They did have a crossfire set up, and they weren't able to use it. Tough task at hand.
Oh, he's back. Oh, that's the bot.
That is indeed a.
There he is. Okay.
Nope. That's Yak. That was rude. You shouldn't call Yak a bot.
No, it was his name was.
That's
Zane
toxic.
first.
Toxic, man.
All right, listen. I'm gonna deal with you like Admiral Akbar.
What? wait me
I'm
up.
gonna make sure you die of old age.
Thank you. That's really sweet. Really sweet. You know, taking care of me in my old age and such.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I don't know what just happened, but
We're good.
was that just me? Was I just lagging?
No, I think it's cutting in and out every once in a while. It's okay. We can deal with the intermittent frames.
True. That's fair enough. With that said, Tech Pause is still underway. Actually, we have once again lost Yag.
We got Ted. Is he better?
Ted's a nice guy, I'm sure.
He tries his best.
Again, with the toxicity, is he better? You're saying Yag is worse than a bot?
Listen, I think you underestimate the bots of Counter-Strike because they can take the form of any player in the world.
You know, you really saved that. I gotta give it to you. It's fair.
Listen, if like a bot can play as good as Simple if Simple's the one controlling the bot.
Or just, you know, extreme bots, and they prefer you all the time. Give them walls, and it's easy.
What? I'm trying to think here. Let's go back to some Star Wars, right? If Admiral Akbar would have died a death, like in one of the movies, how would you have done it?
1 second. Let me, because I think there was some speculation. Just give me a moment here.
Because here's what I'm thinking, right? You gotta. Would you make him die a heroic death, like some crazy, like, die defending, like, against 1,000 stormtroopers? Or would it be like a a Yoda death, where it's just like,
okay,
like in pursuit of like everything, you know what I mean?
So, the death I gave you before was from a book that is no longer canon. Okay.
Ooh.
So apparently he died officially. Now officially, but let's be honest, who really cares about the Last Jedi? But whatever. Instead of he died when the First Order blew up the bridge on Radis.
I don't remember what Radis is. Hold on.
I don't either. So you know what? It is what it is. Like I said, it's fine. So he died. He died in battle. That's the answer.
Like a true soldier.
Like a true soldier. Like a fantastic commander. I don't know how we got here, but I'm okay with it.
Okay, it was a starship. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I gathered that. Thank you.
Well, I thought it might have been like a. Actually, no, it said bridge. Never mind. I could only have been. Yeah, never mind. All right.
Yeah.
Continuing. All right.
Glad you joined us. The back with the rest of us.
Well, listen, we are in a tech pause, so I had to sort out some technical issues with my brain.
Yeah.
But listen, Inferno. It's been back and forth so far. We've seen CSM. We saw them at those first 2 rounds. We saw the response. I think it's good signs that both teams have shown pace so far. We'll see how that continues.
Yeah.
I'm expecting Arizona's T side to actually be the worst of the two.
Really?
Reason being, if you're CSM, you know how to play against the T side that's going to push you, that's going to swing you at off angles. That's kind of expected on Inferno. How do you approach a CT side that pushes you with off angles and, you know, swings you when you're least expecting it?
You know, that's sort of fair, but I'm a little bit concerned by the fact that they lost that Inferno game against SDSU. That seems a little bit scary.
But you had Ruger in the server, who
that's true. That's fair. That is very fair.
Did his things. How many kills did he get? Hold on.
It was 43 and 19.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. If someone drops 43 kills against you in a map, and that did not go to overtime, by the way, that was 16 to 11.
Yeah.
You weren't gonna win that.
That's a totally fair point. There's literally no way to win that at all.
One of the few matches I saw where I was genuinely like, it didn't matter what everyone else did. Ruger, like, one player just won the entire map, like, objectively. There was nothing else that needed to be said.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. It was I wish I could see how many kills he got in half, but I can't. It's just
yeah. Welcome to Face. You could download the demo and put it through some.
Thank you. I'm not gonna do that. Not at all.
Not mid broadcast.
No, not gonna do it.
All right, fair enough.
Yep. I don't know what the ETA is on getting things figured out, or if we even have players back in the lobby. What I do know is that Arizona State, for me, I think they might pull off a little bit more than you're expecting on the T side, because I mean we haven't seen it yet, but man, some of those shots, just saying. And
I mean, listen. Put a deagle in the hand of some of those players, things can get nasty real quick. You need a cleanup crew, that's for sure.
Put Imgor on a deagle, based on a deagle.
I think give Imgor anything other than a rifle. Just give him the deagle on gun rounds, and then you
toss him a Mag 10. He'll be fine.
Actually, no, valid strat. Give him the deagle every round, and then just let him buy you the AWP. Pass it off to based, and then
based.
The greatest, greatest chance of winning the round right there.
Yeah, indeed. With that being said, I mean, the fact that this has been so close overall, I mean, 16-9, then 16-8, so similar score lines, and then we're starting things out in such a very even scenario here is pretty awesome. And the only thing that I am a little concerned about is how much is this interruption going to affect either squad? That's always a question mark for me.
Probably equally. I feel like we're not enough rounds in to really make reads off of anything. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you're like 9 rounds into the half, then all of a sudden you've got a few good rounds under your belt, you can start thinking about, off spawn in certain situations, these players like to react here. Like on Mirage, we saw rounds where, you know, push towards mid drew attention, then we saw base pushing out through Palace a lot, like that sort of stuff, right? Once you get like 9 rounds in, those are safe calls to make. 4 rounds in, listen, 2 of those were like eco rounds, effectively.
Yeah.
You've had maybe 1 gun round. There's nothing to read off of. If anything off a situation like this, one team is just gonna go, let's just do something, and then run out, you know, just run down mid or something. It's insane.
Indeed. With that being said, we don't have any ETA, don't know exactly what's going on, so we're going to take a short break, give you all a moment to recenter yourselves as we do ourselves. As we head into that, we'll be back in a few. Alrighty, well, we've gotten back into things here as we appreciate your patience, and it's finally time to see exactly what's going to happen. After all of our speculation, School of Mines are on a bit of an eco with the saved rifle. and it will be Arizona State. Should be an easier round, at least on paper.
Should. We have a Zeus on the board. I'm not sure if you've noticed. And, well, that's one of the only rifles in the round gone. Well, the only rifle in the round for the CT side gone.
Well, you know, on the plus side, it's been recovered. On the not-so-good side, it has no armor. And Gore is it in this case. I apologize.
There's a Zeus.
And there was the Zeus. It's past tense.
And there was an A-bomb side defense, which has now ceased to exist. I imagine this rifle not going to be put to any good use for this round, but left to hold on, continuing on, in memory of Cyan and I'm Donut.
In memoriam, yes. Well, we see exactly where things go from here. One thing, you know, listen, I do like some Inferno.
Mm-hmm.
I just need.
But you don't like Inferno?
I just don't like Inferno. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love me some Inferno, except for the times where it plays like Inferno.
Yeah, that's so real, though. It's so true.
Yeah, I love Inferno when it's the exception. You know,
I mean, there's great Infernos. You know, like just generally speaking, some fantastic Infernos. For example,
the old Inferno matches at like the majors, like dude, those were always bangers. You know what I mean?
Listen, Cloud9, Inferno.
Yeah, but even like the old like Fnatic and IP Inferno,
Oh, yeah, those
like,
were some good.
like, dude, like some bangers. Because it always like when both teams are good.
Actually,
like
Envious on Inferno used to be a banger because they'd
Oh,
always go for those aggressive
Happy.
force buys.
Happy with a 1D.
Oh, and a third. Only 3 people in chat know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That was
and-
2015, by the way.
Oh boy.
I think that was 2015.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
know. Oh, no, feels
Dude,
bad.
that's not the first time we've seen that window, Nate. It's an easy lineup. Come on, guys. Come on.
I can't say anything. I miss it too many times.
Vincent, there's a third thing I need to show you once again.
No, see, but like that one I know. That one I know, and I just still miss it. That's why I just have nothing to say.
You don't know the lineup if you're missing it. Trust me. You're not doing it right.
You know, I'm eyeballing it. It's fine.
It's like I'm an Italian, right? Like you're cooking the pasta wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay, understand. I understand. Z with an opening pick though, and that's
Oh,
yikes.
that's free.
Yeah, Sad is feeling just that.
A little bit upset, at the very least, but banana control's been obtained, and there's no utility to actually stop Z from going further off of the entry that he just found. But the question is, what's left to be found? Yag's just hanging around. He's heard some footsteps, but that's a difficult angle to fight from, and there's 2 players to actually fight with a flashbang to go for the swing, but no players in sight.
Yeah, the problem is there's also no like Molotov to fight this, so never mind. Yag goes for the fight instead. 35 seconds and based over the top of the smoke is certainly making a name for himself. Oh, but this timing could be brutal. HP very low. 2 players, both of them going forward. Gore gonna be felled by base on his 3rd frag.
No.
As it will be the fight. Z all alone against Cyan.
No kit. He's got a smoke. Oh, not gonna matter though. C swung through to try to force the fight, and he hasn't won out. Another tied up scoreline, Vincent. We're back and forth.
Indeed, we are. And I'm curious your thoughts. I feel like maybe Z head empty.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. So maybe Z. I'm not too sure if that was the play, taking that aggressive maneuver. I can see the argument, but
I think what happened was he won that fight, and because he didn't like almost immediately try to swing through towards CT, Z might have thought that he was going through construction and just tried to get through the back lines, but then
fair enough.
in the clutch, he doubled back and then just ended up on screen.
I mean,
I think it was just like you read the situation wrong rather than wanted to go for the fight. If that makes sense.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, definitely makes sense. And either way, it's a hard decision to make. To be fair.
Obviously.
Yeah, never an easy one in those sorts of situations. We're gonna see Arizona State on the rebuy.
There's 5 Molotovs on the board right now.
You're absolutely right. That's incredible. And a 3rd or a 6th rather coming out there almost immediately towards car, but that's not actually where these T's are headed. They're headed back here towards A. Checked and pre-fired Sad onto Cyan. It'll be the bomb drop though for Gore.
He's gone. He got that kill. He took his Christmas present, decided, I'm leaving this family.
You guys are mean, and I don't like you.
Yeah, I will take. Oh, he knows where he is. That's for sure. AK, maybe an upgrade. Impending, he's got it. And still two of his teammates left standing. I mean, despite the fact this looks to be a retake, CSM in a good position to capitalize if it wasn't for Sad, who got the entry earlier on. Only good for the first one in the spray. And Noogie stuck at this bomb site. He's tapped away on 31 HP. He's got to make this 1v2 work.
Gore on a 3K. That nade not doing the damage. Noogie connecting on the first. Now knows exactly where Gore's located. Free fires back and forth. The shots playing, dancing around the site. The pillar, and Gore has a 4K. That's incredible stuff from Gore on the delivery for CSM.
What can I say? Gore's good at delivering
it's
gore.
Close.
What? Wait. I genuinely, you said that, I heard the tick, like, the beep, and I was like, oh wait, he lost it. I think that was like the last frame.
No, yeah, it was close. There was not a lot of time left. I think we were sub 1 second for sure.
Oh, I mean, the beep is sub 1 second, so
yeah.
I don't know. Well, I'm curious. I don't know how I'm gonna find out, but I'm curious.
You'll never know. Here's the fight towards Banana this time. Flashes, but no mollies. For an area that was peppered in Molotovs last round, there's a stunning lack this round.
I thought Sign killed him. I'll be honest.
It visually appeared that way.
That's a rough fight.
Dude, how many times is he gonna get that kill there?
Every time, apparently. And these B-bomb site players, they've just been doing their jobs, man. They really have.
What about the A side players?
What do you mean?
Comment?
Wait, what was the question?
What about the A side players?
Well, I'm saying, like, we've seen so many situations where, like, all 3 players in the A-bomb site are dead, and the remaining 2 B players are just like, well,
I guess
what now? Yeah, like they aren't really given the chance to retake. I don't think we've seen any retake attempt yet, have we?
Dude,
We saw one.
What is up with all of these fantastic guns? We saw the NIP stickers on the red line a minute ago, and then we had the, I forget what the skin is called.
So here's my theory,
I'm Donuts
right?
gun.
So Source 2's coming in. Everyone's realizing, all right, it's time to get back into the game. It's time to invest back into some Counter-Strike skins. Their worth is only going to grow anyway, right? That could be a symptom. That's not a good look.
No. Sometimes you're still a victim of the new bomb that happened 6 months ago.
Yeah, sometimes you forget about an update that happened. Yeah, 6 months ago.
I think it's longer than that as well.
I'll check. Hold on. I'll see what happens.
Dude, listen, only the best for you guys. We fact check live here at Daystar League.
Yeah.
You know, about important things like Admiral Akbar's death.
All right, we're talking June 2022.
So yeah, it's more than 6 months.
Almost a year ago, bud.
Yeah, that's you know, sometimes you just forget. That's a nade stack. Mini a nade going down towards Banana.
This time, not doing much damage though. We've seen nades be very effective tonight, actually.
That we have. It's been a bit of nade sort of night.
Back towards B though. Molotov to signal execute a smoke. It's not going to deny them entry. They'll force themselves through it, but Yag only a deagle to assist his teammate. I say that's actually 5-7, sorry. And he's opted not to commit for that fight.
Better good. It's fine.
It's a skill diff, as some might say.
Indeed it is. Molotov to force Yag back even further for the time being, and, well, honestly, give her the old college try. Who knows?
They are college students.
Or don't, you know, never mind. I thought Yag so committed maybe they would go for something, especially considering the amount of money invested, but I guess to be fair, because of the amount of money invested, they're going to save.
There's an AK down on this bomb site. I don't know if you can stay alive here if you're... Oh, well, never mind.
So you can't stay alive because he's dead.
You know, Vincent, it's times like this where your wisdom truly baffles me.
I baffle myself sometimes.
I wonder how I earned the right to be in the same Discord call as you.
Well, you got hired. That's how. Yeah. I tried to convince him otherwise. I said, this Brody Box guy is kind of weird.
Yeah, I keep telling them that too. They don't listen to me either.
Yeah, it's crazy. Great decisions as Colorado School of Mines move towards the save. And, you know, I was being greedy last round, I'll be honest. The save was absolutely the right call.
Look, well, it still needs to be justified though. Sign will have to try to do that. He's going for this banana pick this time around. Flashbang might just scare him off. And I believe it has.
Well, that and the smoke towards car as well. Oh, sorry, that's the one-way smoke. What am I saying?
Based, listen, you've been performing all night, but this crossfire, it's going to be a hard one to commit to. 5-7 at this rate. He's gone.
Goodbye.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out, Based.
Oh, Z. That's a nice shot. We'll take the long-range endeavor. Arizona State looking for their 6th round, looking for what would be tying the greatest lead that anybody's had.
Science already saving. I just want you to know that. he took that up and he decided about 20 seconds ago that this was not worth going for.
I mean, he would have. I mean, it's fair enough. It's fair. This is what I'm saying. We need to make changes. Some changes to make it be worthwhile to go for.
All right, here's the change. All right, what we do is we add a bomb shelter really close to the A-bomb site, right? And so if you go for the clutch and it doesn't work, you just quick get into the bomb shelter. But only the CTs have the key.
This sounds like a Call of Duty thing, like a Warzone thing.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, what's going on with the ASU side of dying to the bomb?
Guys, it's been a year.
Listen, you're the ones that put it there. Surely you know how big the explosion is.
I mean, yeah, you guys are the terrorists. You should probably be an expert in your own bomb. Or maybe not. I don't know. Is that normal?
Or maybe it's like the SAR
I've
bomb
never
where
committed
they blew it up and
terrorism.
they blew up the SAR bomb and they realized the yield was actually like 3 times as big as they wanted it to be. So,
That's
like,
bad terrorists, I think.
I mean, that also wasn't what you would call it. That was just the USSR. But
Okay.
I digress.
We're just gonna walk straight away from that. You know, global history of politics, probably not the best conversation starter.
Yeah, not in Counter-Strike at least. But hey, Side's got an opening duel, and off the AWP, exactly the weapon I like to be seeing him use, and a lot of damage onto Z as well. It would be very difficult for him to find lurking opening frags with 20 HP.
Yeah, that's true. Though Z has been so fantastic at it, I would give him the chance, and probably pretty good success rate of doing so even still. With that
Sounds
said,
like these B players might actually get some action, Vincent.
for once in their lives, yeah. Seems like that might be the case. It'll be up to Yag and I'm Donut. And they're immediately, going to be cut out of the entire site.
Confused slightly, but I guess there was no utility to back up the players. Cyan not going to be able to connect to those shots. That second one might have hit, but the bomb was already down and based. That's a nice read in the situation to make this retake a lot more difficult for this CT side. Maybe enough to warrant going for the save, but there's enough utility in the side of Gord. They've got a kit to play for the retake with, and they got information on one of these players, so why not go for it? Isolated, and now information on both. But that's based to come back into the round. A double frag. Excellent sequence of kills, that is.
Well,
Put them up to 7.
Why not go for it? Well, that's because Based is still on the site. It's still alive.
So sometimes I feel like you could just take Based, cross it out, put Retina, and it'd be okay. But
you know,
not quite.
There's
Not
some
quite.
crossover there. Based is a little bit more. What would be the right
Tame?
word? Yeah, tame. That's a good one. Yeah, agreed. Not quite the lunatic aggression that we're used to seeing from Retina. To be fair, both advanced players, so they are a special breed.
That's already more crossover than I have with them.
I mean, yeah, because you're actually a pro player.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah.
You know me. That at least according to ChatGPT, right?
Not a low. Exactly. I asked, and there's no way it would. What? That shot
He's
was
been punished.
crazy.
Yeah, I think he stood up in that last moment, which cost him his life. These are kills which CS. I don't think they were expecting coming into this. They did not have the material advantage to make this work. Gore. He's not. It's not the first time he's hit scout shots like this tonight, baby. in for the double, and it closes out the round. CSM, they've woken up.
That's actually 3 for Gore, by the way. Yeah, they certainly have. You know, you'd think you give them a better chance on the round with the full guns. Instead, they deliver on the sort of half invest.
You see, your first mistake was thinking that better firepower gives you a better chance at winning. You see, that's too logical for collegiate Counter-Strike.
Or Counter-Strike at all, really.
Also true.
Yeah. Anyway, logic aside, we'll just toss that into like Pandora's box, never to be seen again. It's up to Arizona State now to answer back, and oh boy, that is a double nade that does double duty. Gore with another opening pick.
No.
Z's been punished now 3 or 4 times in a row.
I was gonna say that's a factor that's gonna start to influence his own decision making, because if it's not Z himself, like, kind of holding himself back and realizing I can't keep going for these opening duels, eventually it's going to be one of his teammates to say, listen, bro, we can't keep going into these mid to late round situations playing 4v5. You got to hold yourself back. Nugi will make an attempt to make this a little bit easier, and based on 19 HP, will walk into the B-bomb site to take one down with him. But it's the equal 3v3. A minute left on the clock. As the T side regroups, and they'll make inroads towards A as the rotation goes back over towards B. This is likely their best chance.
Yeah, Gore is on an island right now. Really required to command. Gonna throw the one-way smoke over towards the pit, giving the information to the opposition where he's at, where he's located. Trying to work their way around this smoke. Gore standing tall. Will pick up one. Nade goes straight into the corner, and from the grave, rather, Gore gonna take it after the damage done by Cyan.
Oh man, it's times like these that I wish Counter-Strike had like grenade skins, or like smoke skins. You know what I mean? Like not like grenade effects, but imagine if there was like a Pokemon Counter-Strike crossover, and you could just throw a Pokemon to end the, like a Pokeball to end the round.
You know what? It sounds like you're asking for like, you know how Valorant has like the round ending kill.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
animations?
In general. I'd like to.
That's what it sounds like you're asking for.
I'd like to be able to throw a picture of like a pro player at someone as a flashbang.
That's outrageous. What if their whole screen, instead of being white, is just like
is the picture? No, is the picture of the pro player?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just simple. It's simple on the screen. Or
I'm on board.
It's like I'm throwing a Kerrigan.
Oof. What is going on these last 2 rounds in CSM with opening to? Oh, so, no way he was expecting that.
Nugi's out here just trying to line up a little smoke for Moto, I think that goes.
Yeah.
And
Nugi just checked under his, like, he checked in his closet for the monster, went back to bed, and then got dragged under the bed by the monster that was there.
Yeah, he turned around to go back to bed, and the monster came out and dragged him under.
He stood no chance.
Poor fella, man.
Monsters Inc. is wild in these days.
Truly is. It's a different story out here. That is no longer a kid's movie. It is fully a horror movie.
I would watch that. Like an actual like R-rated Monsters Inc. horror movie. That would be terrifying.
It would be terrifying. I wouldn't watch it for that reason. Molotov towards the pit. Understandable, but it's a bit of a stack up towards the balcony instead.
Jarek's like expression there as he looked at his dead teammate. My fallen brother. We've equalized the scoreline, but at what cost?
My brethren, no.
Yeah. So last round of the half, MAC-10s for Arizona State. Considering how back and forth this happened, I don't know, these last 2 rounds show a sense of dominance for CSM, but you have to remember that we are still tied up, and this half has to go the way of one of these teams. And well, barring any outrageous rush from Arizona State, looks like CSM's got a good shot at it.
Certainly looks that way. And this would be very fitting. Oh, that's a great flashbang. Z didn't get the opening pick, but he certainly was the reason it came towards ASU. It's right into the site. Here to defend. Jarek delivering a first and a second. Stays alive. Goes for another, but sad. That's what the AWP.
That was at the up. Damn. Impressive shot. Last retake of this half, last round of this half, last post-plant situation to end it all, and as he smokes fade, it's going to have to be CSM to make the first move, and Gore will find the first frag. Z, listen, underperforming in recent rounds, that's for sure, and not going to be able to pull through this time around. It is that 8th for CSM. What a way to push it through. This kind of second stage of this half was absolutely theirs.
I mean, Gore just pulled up, man. I mean, so many times delivering multi-frag after multi-frag. 18 and 7 on the first half. I mean, it's not, it's not retina, but it's pretty darn good.
And I like how I'm saying, like, oh yeah, like Z like has been performing as well in these last few. He's still 11-9.
Yeah, still doing well. I mean, just really came out to a very blinding start there at the beginning of the half, and was finding an opening pick pretty much every round for the first 5 or 6, or I mean, really more like first 8 rounds. But then, really, unfortunately, dropped off a cliff when it came to those opening picks, those opening duels in the last 10.
All right, so Arizona State, they're not going to opt for the same 3-man stack towards B. This is a different way to approach your pistol round on the T side. You play contact over towards alt mid. If the CTs fight you, then you go for the contact, I guess. If they're just looking for information, then you wait for that to pass, and then you try to go for some sort of play. This is kind of stabbed ASU in the back somewhat. They haven't really gone for information towards Banana, so they'll have no way of knowing whether this is going to be a B pop or maybe some sort of apps pop. Either way, they're about to find out.
There they are. Looks like the adjustment for CSM is going to be back towards B. And this makes a little bit of sense. You got to see that one smoke, one flash. Smoke should go towards CT. The flash mag, of course, going to allow them to get in there. They had a raid boss, but the Tech 9 actually in I'm Donut's hands now. Yeah, only swinging there to kind of cause some question marks about the A site. Flashbang out. Sad. That is a great shot. Gonna get away with that. Tag down into Nubox's base, and he'll fall shortly thereafter.
Alright, staying alive here is important. Oh, and I guess finding frags is even more so important. Gore not going to be able to catch off the flank, though, and so this 3v2 becomes more difficult as the bomb goes down. Slime will be taken out of the equation, and this, Tech 9 that's not a raid boss will have to deal with it. We've seen outrageous plays coming out from the Nubox position tonight, but not to be so. As I'm Donut drops. He wasn't the player that did in the last half, right? Nubox?
With what?
On pistol?
No.
Okay. I forgot who it was.
It was Jared.
Love that man.
You do love me some Jared.
Yeah.
With that said,
that's the first pistol round that Arizona State have won. The entire series.
Oh, you're right. It is. That's outrageous. I mean, what a way to make a statement if they are able to pull this back into a victory off the back of that. I mean, to be fair, if you're looking at it from a just stat line perspective, 8-7.5 is great for the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where we'll get to see Arizona State really shine in their own comfort zone on the defense, where they can just have base swing whatever they want.
True. It's 3 SMGs, 2 M4s in this one. And this is actually really interesting that we're not seeing a 4-spot.
Molotov. It's going to force the CSM side to stay aggressive, and it's put a lot of money into the pockets of ASU, albeit only 1 kill from the MP9. And there's the evil cleanup as well. Not really too much of a concern there, I don't think at any point. But it does put ASU back in the lead.
That it does. And like I said, no forced buy. That means the full buy coming in round number 3. That's what we're looking at right now. It'll be 1 rebuy forced. And so that means we're 3 rifles, 2 SMGs into this one. Cyan on the op immediately. And we're going to be seeing quite a bit of head armors as well, considering the possibility of the SMGs on the other side.
I wonder what the read is going to be from CSM. Because, I mean, Cyan's posted to watch for the cross with this AWP, but I think this T side knows. They know they're expecting an aggressive CT side. The question is, how do they try to counter it? Where do they put Cyan to actually be able to best position themselves to be able to counter that? We'll see in upcoming rounds how that works. Obviously, if this op goes out of play, then that approach will start to change. But after losing Banana Controller, this is a response to try to find inroads elsewhere. This could be over towards brackets.
Oh, and that's fantastic stuff from Donut. Imgor just kind of walking into that crosshair. It's one of those positions where realistically CSM they know that if they can just lurk up just a little bit, walk their way into that crosshair or into that space, then they might get a free kill.
Jarek punished over towards Boiler. Honestly, CSM, this isn't a good opening start to the round for them. They got to kill over towards Brackets, and despite the fact that they lose Jarek here, they got to take Banana after the fact without actually fighting for it. And so now, ASU, they've lost all of that utility trying to take Banana control. They've lost a frag over towards that ace site. They'll have to split their defense, and they still have to deal with the execute of CSM after the fact. And so, sad. On this B-bomb site, gonna need to go hero.
He's right here, playing close range, but it's just nothing to be done with that MP9. It's really a big ask, and unfortunately, it goes by the wayside. 3v4 retake scenario.
I would save. If they don't find a kill soon, I would save.
Oh!
What?
What? Based
Talk about a pre-fire.
That's incredible stuff. He's got another. This is now very winnable. They've spotted out one player there as well towards the pit. No, my goodness. It's all going the way of ASU immediately winning the round.
I don't understand. I don't know who the, I can see it's Sign. Was Sign opping? He was opping, right? I guess that's why he was holding from New Box, but usually it's frowned upon, we'll put it that way, for your new box player to expose himself, because it's really once the CT start pushing into the bottom site where you want them to be the that kind of third factor that activates and puts an end to the round. But I guess feeling confident AWP, not really a reason to think he can't be. Just catches the tail end of a pre-fire.
You know, to be fair, if you're the Opera, though, you regularly are peeking that, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, even if
any other gun, though, he would be hiding.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Agreed. But, like, he's the Opera. I don't want to pretend like he made a big mistake there. Like, he's definitely meant to be swinging, just holding the angle. It's just he got pre-fired. Like, he didn't even miss the shot.
And I think there was still, like, some grenade smoke or something, too. He didn't stand a chance.
No, he did not. No, it was outrageous. Basically winning that round for Arizona State for free.
This time around, though. 40 seconds in. Neither team's lost a player yet. I think that's happened less often than I think we would like.
Yeah, it's certainly been a player down more often than not by this point, as we pass the 1 minute mark. A little flashbang to allow some info gathering. Yeah, somehow got away from that.
Listen, he's been a little bit sneaky, but so has the side of CSM. Look how fast they're poaching the CT side. Based has been dispatched to try to deal with this, but trying to hold on. And caught between angles, sad. Oh, running out of bullets. That's the O1S for you. And now a recovered AK in hand. Based will have to continue to hold on. The bomb's been recovered. As is an M4 from that CT side. And Jarek, he doesn't care.
Based a little bit of his own medicine right there. Unfortunately, Nuki's going to deny the bomb plant, make it very difficult. 15 seconds. There's just no time.
Not only no time, but no one left alive to win out the round, which is tends to be a problem.
Yeah, I'd say that's more problematic than the time, in fact. Head into this one at 11-8. This is a pretty important round for CSM. I think they, it's not last chance or anything, but a win here would be really quite game-changing.
I mean, it's not last chance, but it's last chance before the last chance qualifier.
Ah, I see what you've done there. Yes, very much so. They only have a few more buys, and Cyan delivering. That is a ambitious play from Based.
It's also the most important man out of the server. Objectively, the player that you look at the most to be able to push their team over the line is going to be Based. He's done crazy amounts of work to do so tonight. And there's question marks now in this round as a result, but Z doesn't care. He's answering questions left and right. He'll be here all night.
I mean, he's been here all night. That's for sure.
Never mind. Yeah, he's gone.
Well, I mean, he's still here. He's just a little bit more of a ghostly figure.
When do we call him the Ghostbusters?
Probably soon, TM. As another kill means that we've got 3 ghosts living here.
Do we not care about Cyan?
I mean, Cyan's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You don't get to become a ghost if you're a terrorist.
Oh, I guess that's fair.
I'm just saying, like, it seems reasonable to me.
Okay. I won't. I guess I won't complain. I also don't make the rules, so.
I don't either. I'm just, I'm making assumptions here. Either way, Arizona State certainly going to be saving these guns. As I think, yeah, Ghostbusters engaged.
And look, oh, there's another op there. Is it worth getting? Is it a better skin? That's what's going through Gore's mind right now.
Oh man, you're not wrong. That's
you know he looked at that and went, is it worth getting? You know he did.
Is it like an Asimov or something?
It was an Asimov.
I didn't even see it. I just guessed. It's funny
So
how all these years later the Asimov is still quite nice.
Because it's different. You don't really have a lot of white skins.
Yeah.
In Counter-Strike.
Sure.
Especially on an op. Are there any other than the Asimov?
Don't think I can think of any.
Yeah. All right. Colorado School of Mines. That's first gun round on the board. First round of this half, actually, on the board for them. And good signs, maybe, for the future?
Very good signs. I mean, obviously, it's going to be important to build on that and gather something a little bit further. It would be great to pick up this round because it would really, really reset the Arizona State economy. Of course, all of that into this next round is important. Double nade towards Carr. Namala to follow that. CSM taking banana control well.
Flashbang to San Diego looking for frags, though. Base has dodged it, and off the back of it, he's gotten the kill. And with no one left to fight for that control, it's a man advantage despite the plenty of damage being done. No grenades left except, I guess, one in the hands of Gore. That's not really a round to actually pick up the frag. It's going to come down to awkward gunfights here to win out the round. And with the amount of players left standing, without Brackett's control, sorry, I feel like we might see either like some sort of arch wrap or straight to be execute.
Solid molly, though, for Underporch, making sure to clear out some of these angles. The smoke off for the arch side as well means that there's at least some bracket control now. That could create some question marks for Arizona State. They still got 3 players here towards A. So, realistically, CSM could walk into either of these sides.
But how are they going to clear out these angles? That singular Molotov, singular smoke, singular grenade. Smoke will be used to extinguish and allow them to get into the bomb site, but the first man in the site has gone down, and the smoke towards Moto has made it towards... It's where Imgor can't really come in for the trade, but he does come through, and he's absolutely saved the round. He's found 2 in the round, putting ASU 3 rounds ahead, and also making it to where CSM, not all of these players have great money.
Yag had 7K, though, so I think they're going to be okay. I'm doing it. Buying it up, throwing that over to Cyan.
You said that like a billionaire lost like a few million. I think he'll be okay. Like that was the kind of like the wording.
The
vibe.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
I think he'll be all right. Yeah.
I mean, listen, Yag's got like $1 billion. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Did have plenty of cash to buy in here, but it isn't all free. You know, they still really limited into this round. Sort of the same situation that I was mentioning that Arizona State were in, sort of on the cusp of being reset. Now it's CSM in that spot.
We haven't really seen CSM be successful towards this A site yet, have we?
No, not really. And, I don't know if that's because of the A side or if that's just a lack of trying. I mean, that last round, I'm not going to count it. They were walking, and sure, it was a 4v3 on the site, but they did not have the utility to work with.
At the same time, too, ASU haven't really been playing predictable A site. They've been changing it up a lot. Sometimes they commit to holding brackets. Sometimes they stick back in the bomb site. Sometimes they get in your face towards banana, and they make your day one worth forgetting. As 3 players drop, followed up immediately by a 4th, and a 5th actually as Based falls through in the back line. Oh boy, that's a read from ASU, and what a round to do it on.
And a flawless round as well. I mean, just absolutely brutal. Goes for the pre-fire there on the close right corner. The guy's on the close left corner, and then it's a double swing. Yeah, it's all bad news, and Arizona State taking full advantage. This is now bad for Colorado School of Mines. They're in deep doo-doo.
They deep doo-doo now.
Yeah, that's another Star Wars reference.
Yeah.
I don't know if you picked it up, but it's fine.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. Dude, I want Darth Jar Jar to be a thing.
Do you want to tell the people while we have a moment what that is?
If you don't, okay, listen. If you aren't already a part of the Church of Darth Jar Jar,
just Google it. Just Google it.
Yeah.
It's a fun rabbit hole to go down.
It's canon. It should be canon.
Yeah, it's sort of like how the government has replaced all the birds.
You mean they have?
Yeah. You're fake. You are part of the government.
I am the NSA.
Yep. All jokes aside, memes and such, it is an aggressive, at least look towards Banana. So they got control, though at the sort of had to pay a toll of 30 HP or so each, and more.
I mean, listen, that's not a bad toll if you win the round off the back of it, but they didn't really gain too much other than the presence itself. Donut, though, he's found himself in a good place. I'm Gore, though. AK's, it's a good weapon to be spraying through a smoke slit for sure. Not the one I would prefer, though.
You prefer anyone else?
Oh yeah, every day of the week. I still use anyone else. I don't care about the magazine size. Listen, he got the kill anyway, so I'm not complaining. But
I respect your decision because it's the same decision I made, but with the A4 for the last 3 years.
Wait, what?
I stuck with the A4 regardless of the A1S being better.
Oh, I see.
So I made the same decision.
Yeah, I spray through smokes a lot. I don't know. For me, I don't.
Because it's hard for you to hit when you can see them. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. No, so for me, the reason like they want us, as a player, I position myself into positions where like I get multi-frags, but they're usually like single duels at a time. I don't spray. I don't go for spray down multi-frags. If that makes sense.
Mm.
And if I end up being in the situations, well, L.
I have to take you away from your spray downs because this is a very important round, an incredibly important round. In fact, for Colorado School of Mines, this is do or die. They need this round, or they'll. I mean, I'd say they've essentially lost the game if they lose this round. In most cases,
So
obviously it's possible to come back, but well, they picked up the one, and then they've lost, I think.
So they've got max loss bonus, so they'll buy into this next round regardless. It's not necessarily game over, but the prospect of overtime in a third map, it's very daunting. At the very least, it's going to be an emotional hit for sure if they lose out this round. And so I would agree. Oh, the information on the bomb at the very least, but Colorado School of Mines, that's not a good way to start out the round.
No. Also, what information about the bomb?
Just that it's in spawn.
Bird. They've dropped it at T-Ramp.
Yeah.
Like they do every round at the beginning of the round.
But he's got the angle on it. That's my point. He's still holding it, knowing that someone's going to have to go back for it, and it's punished.
Yeah, probably need a flash for that, to be fair. You may have been right. I apologize.
You don't mean it. I know.
I do. I swear. I promise. I mean it. 4-on-3. Arizona State on the way to a victory potentially here if they can pull this back, or rather pull this off. Excuse me. Not the best of smokes, to be honest.
Z crossfire.
Oh, give him the op every time, man. Just give him the op.
No way.
Just give him the op, I say. Z with a 4K here and nearly the potential last round of the game.
I feel like he either gets 3 kills or he gets nothing.
Listen, I'm okay with my opera doing that.
I mean, yeah.
It's currently leading the server.
Yeah, honestly, so the real concern, right? Like you look at this and you go, okay, 6-round difference. That's not outrageous for a comeback. But then you look at the last 3 rounds and you realize that Arizona State have been they've been going through 3-4 people live every single time, and another opening duel being won out as well. This could be the beginning of the end.
Certainly looks to be that way. Z with another shot, gonna finally get punished, but Imgor is still alive and kicking. A 2-on-4, that's the requirement. I'm Donut and Gore, the 2 players alive, and I mean, I'll be honest, Gore's done a lot of good, but he's now alone.
He's got the bomb. His first kill could mean bomb down. He's got it. Jumping out, doesn't know what else to clear in the bomb site though, and it's gonna mean is to spend some time evaluating his options, rotating back through brackets. Vincent, first gunfight, it's gonna be based. It's gonna be the man of the night in my opinion, and it's gonna be the one to close out the map. 2-1 in the favor of Arizona State University. They do it. They beat out the last undefeated team in their bracket.
That they do. And Arizona State they've been a team that's been there pretty much the entire time. I mean, I think back all the way to like spring 2021 even.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were right there. They were on the cusp of like delivering in playoffs. And they've been there a couple of different times. It's so good to see them continuing to do so with different iterations of this roster. And I'm glad to see what they've been able to do here tonight. I said I thought it would be 3. I took CSM and I was wrong. Arizona State proved it to me, and I gotta say I'm impressed. It was the 3 individuals that were stepping up, and once again you were basically correct, right? I mean, Z, Based, Noogie, those 3 on that last map really making the difference.
And on every single one of these maps too, they're the 3 that you look to for on the side of ASU to be able to put things over the line. And I have a feeling too, like if I talk to the CSM players, the conversations I would be having with them would be there would be a lot of parallels to the troubles that I've had this year with ASU. I imagine you'd ask them like, hey, what went wrong? And they'd just be like, I don't know. We tried things, they didn't work out. We couldn't quite find the holes in their system. Just like they seemed like they were pushing all the time, but they weren't every time. Like I don't know. It feels like you're playing this massive game of 4D chess with them, and it's not that deep. ASU, they just hit all the shots. They win the fights that they take, and it makes them a really great team.
That they are. We're going to get to talk to one of this really great team after this break. Arizona State interview coming up next. See you in a minute. With that, we have confirmed the 2-1 victory for Arizona State. We're headed into an interview with Noogie. How is it going, my friend? Welcome to the stream. And how does it feel off the back of that fantastic win?
Yeah, it feels good. Definitely had a lot of fun playing that match.
It looked good, and I gotta say, I guess I have to ask. So that confirms you guys as the #1 seed in the West 2 conference. No one else undefeated now but you guys. Is there any other concerns that you have throughout the rest of this season and headed into playoffs?
So the main concern is, do we have enough players to play a match? That's always an issue. But other than that, no, we're just gonna play. We're just gonna have fun with it and see how far we go.
Well, so along those same lines, is there any team that you're interested in playing, from other conferences in playoffs that you've maybe seen before or looking to beat?
Yeah, we actually made it to grand finals last season, yes, of the NACE. I mean, you lost to Davenport, so try hopefully get some redemption from there. But other than that, I don't think most of them always fun to play against. But yeah.
So touching on the CSM side here tonight, it was really like close best of 3 the entire way through, right up until essentially the end of Inferno. Talking about the map veto a little bit, they've historically been banning Mirage every single time. Was that something you guys identified as a weakness when they ended up banning, I believe it was Vertigo first?
I mean, it was definitely kind of unexpected. We didn't really think they would ban Vertigo because most teams, I guess, tend to play Vertigo a lot, I think, even if people hate it. But yeah, so I don't know. We just kind of played for our strengths. A lot of our guys are a bunch of good aimers, like Imgor, Base, Z. Those guys are all good aimers. Sad. So we just picked Mirage and tried to kind of pretty much scrim out and then listen to base calls and then get those openings that we wanted.
So talk to me a little bit about base leadership style. What does that kind of look like in a round?
He gets called. He just gives us the calls. We just follow them, and then we rely on our pretty much our game knowledge to like decide what best to do with those calls, and then just frag out. Gives us a lot of calls we like. We just take aggro calls, which is something we like. So that's good.
True. I mean, you guys were playing incredibly aggressive, and it was. I mean, you, Z, and Based. I mean, those three especially just kind of stepping up big time. What was kind of coming into this evening? What were your expectations? Like, were you expecting CSM to put up as good a fight as they did?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think last season we actually lost our only match to them. Especially their nuke was something I was really hoping they didn't pick, but they didn't end up picking it. And we don't talk about
the
nukes
last
here,
3 times. So
yeah.
Well,
but yeah, the nuke was really good, and that was really the only thing I was scared of for playing that.
Well, we really appreciate you taking the time. Before we let you go, is there anybody that you would like to shout out, say hello to while we have you on stream?
Oh yeah, I was asked specifically by Imgor to shout him out, so Imgor, I love you. Other than that,
Let's go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, Nuki, thanks so much for taking the time. Good luck on your next matches, and we appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, thank you so much.
With that, it is just about that time to say goodbye. Birdie Box, any final thoughts before we do hit that end button here?
It's a sad thought. CSM's personal favorite here on this broadcast. We see the Titans fall, but in their place we see Arizona State rise. Definitely a team that I think deserves to be there. Season after season, I see them perform. Every time I've been with them, every time I've seen them play, you can just see the amount of performance that they have in them. And I definitely think, assuming that they get into that playoffs point and they start fighting those teams again, I definitely think a good contender for the grand final spot, if not the entire thing as a whole.
And with that, I would have to agree. And with that, we leave off, say goodbye for the time being. Thanks so much for watching. We appreciate you taking the time. And of course, Star League has so much more to offer than just Counter-Strike, though we understand you're Counter-Strike fans. You got a whole lot of stuff coming through Monday through Friday. If you're interested, tune in. It will be 7 p.m. Eastern every single weekday. And make sure to check it out. With that said, have a good one. Peace out.